Let's do this. Be live. Says I am. I'm still waiting for the preview to show up. There we are. There's the preview. Ooh. So how's everybody doing tonight? I'm pretty pumped after tonight's late night hockey game. Sorry the stream was late, by the way. That's the reason why. That's the reason why stream was late today. You know, more so than usual. Because I was watching late night hockey. And man, was it worth it. How's it going, Ninja? Yep, just getting started here. It's a bit of a late start tonight, because I was watching late night hockey. And, man, it was a huge win tonight. Not only did we keep, our winning ways going, but we got a win against a crucial divisional opponent. We beat them back, and now we are 3 points ahead of the nearest teams. Danny, notification gang, let's go. How you doing? So now, rather than just winning the Central Division, we're looking ahead to the only team left in front of us in the Western Conference, and that would be Vegas. I'm not gonna waste much time sending out links tonight, because we're already more behind than we usually are, so I'm gonna send it to a couple places and then we'll get started. That's alright, I just appreciate you checking in, Danny. The streams will always be here for you to check in with later. Because, yeah, tonight's win was so huge for the Wild. Because now that we got this win over Colorado, we're 3 points ahead of our nearest divisional opponents. And we've got very good odds of winning the Central Division now that we have that win. Because now we've got a little bit of a cushion where we're not, at risk of losing the title, within a game. And if we can keep it that way, that would be great, because there's not many games left in the regular season. But more importantly, our next 2 games are against the leader of the Western Conference, Vegas and their Golden Knights. And if you don't know, I have a personal vendetta against Vegas. I despise their existence. Going all the way to the frickin' cup in their first year of existence as a team, when we've been waiting for 20 years to do that. And they do it in their first year of existence? That team is on my permanent shit list. So I want to see my Wild slap them around. But seriously, they deserve it. Onyx, what's up, dude? How you doing tonight? Because, yeah, lately, our last 2 games have been against playoff teams. And with back-to-back wins against them, we've been sending a message to the Western Conference. And that message goes something like this. You do not want to play us in the first round. I'm freaking pumped, dude. I'm freaking pumped. After that win against Colorado tonight, I really like the position my Wild are in right now. They put up a fantastic performance against Colorado tonight. I wish they would have been a little more active in the third period rather than just trying to hang on, but they got the job done. And that's what matters. My boys got it done. And now we've got a firm grasp on the Central Division right now. And now we have eyes for the Western Conference title, but gotta get past Vegas first, and we got 2 huge games against them coming up back-to-back for our next 2 games, so it's only gonna get better from here. Also, before we get started, got a special guest in the Monicam with us tonight. Besides the obvious, Chipika decided to join us tonight. I don't know why she sits on top of the options menu sometimes, but she decided to make an appearance tonight. So everybody say hello to Chibika. Chibika's here with us tonight. She's very small, sitting on top of the options menu here, but she's there. And she's looking real cozy. Aw, look at her. Oh yeah, I've known for a while, Zach. I've seen her pop up from time to time. But it's always a pleasure when she decides to show up, especially for a stream. Because you're usually not here for those, aren't you? Aren't you, little one? No, you're usually off roaming the files, aren't you? Anywho, let's get back into it. Yes, she is. She is just straight chilling. She looked like I did during the hockey game tonight. Wrapped up in my Wild blanket. Just holding on. It's an intense game. Alright. Oh, I know, Zach. I'm well aware. So, all I could glean from just glancing at the end of stream last time is that, yeah, something is going on with what Julie is trying to prove to us. Something is going on there. And we're at the point where we can't even trust our handler, Julia, so it's getting spicy. It's getting interesting, I like to say. So let's see where things progress from here. I'm really curious to find out how things are going to continue to escalate. I look around the room and spot both Monica and Yuri. Ben, you're early. Yeah, did you girls get everything ready? Of course. Monica and I brought some stuff from home today. Perfect. Thank you, girls. Both of them nod happily. Julia's the imposter. Julia's sus. Oh, god damn it. Slide my backpack strap off of my arm and place it on one of the nearby desks. I unzip it and retrieve a few items I've stashed away inside. Oh, what did you bring today? While Yuri and Monica examine what I brought, I look around the room for Sayori. Is Sayori already out? Yeah, she's going to the lockers with Natsuki. Perfect. All of this looks so good. I'm kind of envious. This might actually make for a good social event for the club. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Alright, so let me take a look at all of this. Monica and Yuri grab some plastic containers from their desks and Sayori's, gingerly placing them down next to mine. Oop. I open all the containers and start to combine them. Oops, I bumped my mic. And in no time at all, everyone in the club has contributed to a bento box for Natsuki. Hey! The door to the club room opens and closes, revealing Natsuki and Sayori. There she is. Nice. Sounds good, Zach. They both seem happy for you. I think Monika's thinking, what kind of noodles? Natsuki looks at us curiously, and Sayori beams brighter than the sun. It's for you. When the girls and I discussed this last night over text, Sayori seemed especially excited. However, she only brought yogurt because we can't trust her to cook all that well. Hey, yogurt's a simple thing. Apparently she nearly burned her house down once just by boiling water. Oh yeah, we are well aware of that fact as players of the base game. I still want somebody to make a story about how she did that. Aw. Gee, because like, how'd she do that? I don't even know how you do that. Yeah, I'm with the MC on this one. How did she do that? I want to know. How do you burn water? I don't know. Sayori found a way. Somebody needs to make a mod on it. It needs to happen. Nonetheless, I'm still grateful she pitched in and helped. When all of us make a group effort for Natsuki, shows her that we're here for her and that we care about her. Plus, if her father's feeding her less and less, we can't allow her to suffer. No, just be wrong. But everything hinges on how Natsuki sees it. So here we go. We all know how stubborn she is. Future title, Cooking Catastrophe. Oh, yes. Aw, look at Chibika Beam. She's like, yes, please. She probably put oil in the water and it somehow caught fire. Yeah, plausible. What is this? Natsuki rests her hand on her hip and looks at the bento box. Is that for me? Yep, we all decided to do something special for you. She looks at me, and I can see a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Thank you, guys. She walks over to the box and opens it, the aroma of the ingredients wafting through the club room. Wow, this smells really good. I walk over to her and wrap my arm around her shoulders. She looks up at me and tries to hide her smile. Yep. Leaning my head down towards her, I whisper into her ear. You deserve a good meal. All of us wanted to help, so don't feel bad. She tilts her head and whispers back into my ear. I know. I appreciate this a lot. Thank you. Next, I feel a little peck against my cheek. Hey! Natsuki quickly turns her head away and hides her face from me. Alright, probably a good idea, Onyx. Thanks for dropping by, mate. You have a good one, man. Sayori and Yuri are looking elsewhere and didn't see what just happened, but Monika did. Yep. Monika sees all. Isn't that right, Chibika? She giggles to herself silently while staring directly at me. I don't know what you're laughing about over there, Monika. Nothing happened. And Monika's just like, uh-huh, sure. Sure nothing happened, Natsuki. Sure, Jan. What? No, I was laughing at Ben. Me? Why? She leans forward and softens her voice. Your face turned so red. Oh my god. Did it? Sudden attack on me has made me extremely self-conscious. Oh, come on. Come on, man. Brad, what's up, dude? How was your night, man? I did, mate. How's that work? How's that new CPU working out for you? He doesn't realize he's blushing. Oh my god. No, that can't be right. I don't blush. Stop acting like Shadow. God damn it. It's blazing fast. Hey, it's what I want to hear. Oh, also, Chibica's here with us. She decided to sit on top of the options menu in Moss tonight. Sticks to 5.1 gigahertz no matter what. Amazing, dude. Glad to hear you're having it. CPU's like, this is fine. Oh, I'm glad to hear it's working out for you. Natsuki faces me again, and her mouth immediately forms into a devilish smirk. Uh-oh, now Natsuki's getting in on it. Monica, what have you done? Oh my god, Monica's right. She starts to giggle to herself as she looks at me. Fine, you got me. Needed to get a little blood pumping anyway. Alright, you two. Enough with the cute couple stuff. We have to start the club now. Stress tested it and hit 90C as the new Intel CPUs only clock down when they hit 100C. And even then, all cores are at 5.1 gigahertz. Yeah, so it sounds like it can handle a lot. You'll have to let me know what you plan on doing with that power. All of us gather into our normal desks and start yet another afternoon of the Literature Club. Just another day. After about 10 minutes into our usual activities, Natsuki has already nearly finished the bento box of food we prepared for her. Plan on playing MC with more mods. Ayy! She happily sits at her desk, participating in our conversations and genuinely having a good time. You see what I said in main chat? My boys clutched it out tonight. Oh, I'm so pumped for the end of the season now, dude. Who's this? Who's entering the club? I did not permit this. I turn to look at the door and view our unexpected guest. Guys, brace yourselves. GB Cup. Make sure you're nice and cozy in there. Usually, the music stopping is a sign of bad things. We're about to find out. The figure that appears in my vision immediately causes my stomach to drop and my posture to stiffen. Natsuki? Well, this is unexpected. The girl stopped talking, and an intense silence fills the room. Here we go. Matsumoto looks directly at Natsuki, ignoring the rest of us in the room. What are you here for, if you don't mind? Dad? She does her best to hide the bento box behind her backpack. What is that? No one responds. Natsuki, I asked you a question. Nothing. Are you lying to me again? Tell me what you're hiding behind the backpack. Now. Voice remains a dominant tone, but he doesn't raise it. It adds to the intensity of the situation. Natsuki reluctantly pulls her backpack away to reveal the bento box. Matsumoto walks over to it and grabs it off the desk. So, you're eating here at school and spoiling your appetite for dinner later? Mm-hmm. No. No. So you just don't want the food I give you then? Is that it? Why do you always jump to these conclusions like this, you dipshit? No. No. So what is it then, Natsuki? Answer me when I'm speaking to you! Natsuki squeaks quietly and flinches when he raises her voice. Or when he raises his voice, sorry. I butchered that. I feel my face grow as hot as my anger skyrockets. Control, boy. Seriously, this is very uncalled for, though. It's just belittling her right here in front of everyone. Yeah, this is the point where I would be silently whipping out a fucking camera. Monica looks back and forth between me and Matsumoto. I can tell that she realizes something bad is about to happen if this continues. Oh, I'm sure it is. Oh, you came in at an intense moment here, Sarah, so get ready. Yuri and Sayori sit in their seats, petrified. Yeah, I don't know if those two have ever met him. Monica scoots her chair back from her desk and looks at Matsumoto. We all had a little picnic at lunch earlier today so we could discuss stuff for our club. Natsuki wasn't there, so we brought her food here so she could have it while we did our club meeting. Matsumoto's eyes stab into Monica like razor-sharp blades. At least someone here can actually give me an answer. Nice cover, girl. Yes, the rest of you are useless. Just like my daughter. Useless? Uh-oh. I think that might have been the jab that finally made him snap. Oh boy. Hold on to your butts, folks. I finally speak to the man as he looks at me. How is she useless? Because she isn't a monster like you? Such accusations. Be careful. You might hurt my feelings. Have you ever heard the saying, the facts don't care about your feelings, dipshit? I have a feeling you're gonna learn that the hard way. He looks back at Natsuki and grabs her arm. Come, Natsuki. We are leaving. What? No! I want to stay here until club is over. Are you talking back to me? Matsumoto yanks her up from her seat by her arm, causing her to wince. We have things we have to do. Will not let you disrespect me in public. Oh, you want to talk about disrespect, do ya? Practically drags Natsuki from her seat. Monica stands up and walks toward him, just barely standing in front of him near the door. Sir, can she stay for just a little longer? We're almost done with her meeting any... Get out of my way! Oh, you did not just do that! Okay, you deserve death. You did not just do that to my girl. You did not just do that. Monica? Monica! Dad, what are you doing? I get up from my seat and rush to Monica, who leans up from the ground and stares back at her aggressor. I stare up at Matsumoto, and I can feel my blood starting to boil. Yeah, this is how you start a fight. He merely gives me a smug smile while glancing down at us. This man, he is going to pay for this. Pat Monica's shoulder and start to stand up. but she reaches over and grabs my wrist. Ben, don't do it. He's asking for it. This isn't the time or the place for this. He made that decision for us, Monica. This isn't a matter of choice anymore. Siri and Yuri look at me as well, their eyes pleading for me to listen to Monica. He makes a good point. I can't just start a fight here on school grounds with Natsuki's father. Is there a security camera in here? Is there a security camera in here? 'Cause I'm pretty sure if there is, all you have to do is point to the security camera footage and that will explain everything. Like, for real. All you have to do is take one look at the security cam footage and you will see that this man had it coming a mile away. Not only does that implicate me as the aggressor, it will result in severe ramifications. The mere fact that he assaulted Monica should not go unaddressed either. You don't say. Come on, Natsuki. We're leaving. Natsuki hesitantly complies, her father pulling on her arm to tow her along. Matsumoto and I look at each other one final time before he leaves, forcefully closing the door behind himself and Natsuki. I help Monica back onto her feet, and I look around the room, my anger trying to get the best of me. He does not deserve mercy. After that display, he does not deserve mercy. Ben, I understand you're upset. I'm more than just upset, Monica. Rest my hand on the wall next to one of the windows and look outside. But you are right. This is not the time or the place for me to do anything stupid. She gingerly walks over and places her right hand on my left shoulder, looking out the window with me. Siri and Yuri come up and stand by us as well. Thank you, girls. Natsuki doesn't deserve any of the shit she has to put up with. The mere fact that she has to be around him would be too much for anyone else to handle. She holds her own, which I admire. I'm just afraid something bad is going to happen soon. Yeah, I fear that too. There isn't really anything we can do, either. Once again, can anybody tell me if there's a security camera in this room? Makes me feel useless. Natsuki is an awesome girl, and she deserves so much more. We might not agree on some things, but I care about her immensely, and I value her friendship. Seeing her deal with the adversities she's facing crushes me. For a moment of silence and intense internal deliberation, I break the tension with a new resolve. I will see to it that she escapes this hell. May not have been able to do anything today, but there will be a time, and there will be a place. The girls turn their heads to face me. When that time comes, I want you to give him hell, Ben. Don't gotta tell me twice. He deserves everything that's coming to him. Way ahead of you, girl. Everyone nods in agreement. Her stern face and strong message send a surge of motivation through my veins. Clouds over my worries, fears, and hesitations like an incoming storm. So with that, I think I can continue with this. Grip my left hand into a fist. Remove my right hand from the wall. Turn around to face the club room. Sounds good, Zach. Sounds good. Oh. Things have gotten very real here. Miyuki walks into my office, carrying a folder that I've been waiting quite a while for. Here you are, ma'am. Thank you, Miyuki. So, this entire document is for 4219? Correct. I still haven't been able to come up with anything on the event that happened a few days ago. Our only lead was Williams, and he was killed before we could get anything out of him. Has Internal Affairs contacted you regarding that? Just to question what happened. No other contact has been made. I lean forward and rest my head and my hands from exhaustion. I still want to know what happened with that Williams guy. This is really stressing you out, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Mainly because it's caused Ben to lose all trust in me. What? Really? Yeah, he thinks I sent the deck team out on him. Ah, I see. Yeah, that was another thing that happened last episode. There was a literal assault team deployed on our house. I still want to know what happened with that. I still want to know who sent that team. Because I have serious doubts Julia would do something like that. As much friction as there is between my boy and Julia sometimes, she would not do that. There's no way. Somebody has connections. I do too. It's just a really shitty turn of events here. Thought I could regain it by having him oversee the questioning. Yeah, that didn't work out too well. She sits down at my desk across from me, placing a cup of coffee onto a coaster. What is your plan now? Just pace through documents filed in the last 7 days. You know, maybe try and spot a few irregularities. That's a good plan. Miyuki looks at me with a half smirk growing on her lips. You look like you have something. Yes, I do, ma'am. Permission to speak freely? Of course. Okay. What you got? Take 4219 into custody. You're serious? 100%. Excuse me? You're insane! There is no way in hell I am doing that! I don't have anything to take him into custody for. Even if I did, he wouldn't come willingly. Yeah, you think? Well, he doesn't have to come willingly. Take him forcefully. You're acting mighty sus there, Miyuki. What are you in on? What do you know that I don't? Do it in a manner that befits your nature, ma'am. The reason, simply stated as a Code 3. I don't know, Miyuki. She crosses her legs and sips her coffee. Allow me to ask. She looks me in the eyes. Do you have any other choice? What are you implying with that? What are you implying, Miyuki? The quiet patter of my feet on the concrete sidewalk barely emanates out into the stagnant nighttime air. Ever since the club ended earlier today, I've been walking around the city, trying to clear my head. Thoughts race through my brain every minute of every hour. Several of them involve my hands around Matsumoto's throat. Yeah, I think Zach's one step ahead of you there, my boy. First, I was all for allowing this to have a peaceful resolution, thinking that maybe this would all work out somehow. The more I stand back and watch, the worse it gets. And he knows it too. He's taking a lot more enjoyment in tormenting his own daughter than I would have expected. Each time I look into her beautiful eyes, I can't help but see him stare back at me. After all, he's her father. It's getting to me too much right now. Shake my head to pull myself out of the unending abyss that is my consciousness currently. Lifting my head, I gaze into the night and take in the starlight that shines down on me. Pausing with my backpack slung behind my back. I think you're missing a word there. Take a few deep breaths in and out to calm myself. You'll be fine. She's a strong girl. More than capable of keeping herself safe in this situation. I have other things I have to focus on right now anyway. Yeah, Ben, keep telling yourself that. Without realizing it, I start traversing the sidewalk again toward my home. Finally reaching my front door, I grab my house key and look around. The area around my door is nearly pitch dark, which has always made me a little cautious. Inserting my key into the front door's lock, I unlock it and turn the knob. Taking my first step into my home, I sense another person close to me. Closing the door behind me, I notice that Julia is sitting in the middle of my living room, propped up against my couch. She looks up from the floor, gazing directly into my eyes with a look on her face that I haven't seen in some time. Almost as if her heart has been broken, like the time Ashley died. Julia, what are you doing here? My stomach drops slightly as I slowly approach her. I just wanted to see you in person. I don't like the way she said that. Ben, I'm sorry. As she says that, several other agents, who are dressed in black suits and fitted with earpieces and vests, emerge from the darkened corners of my home. They converge on me, faces stern and hands on holstered handguns. Please don't resist. They won't hesitate to kill you. So you betrayed me after all. I'm really sorry, Ben. Sudden, I feel hands grab onto the backpack slung around my shoulder, throwing it off of me. Next, two other pairs of hands grab my sides and wrestle me to the ground. Try to squirm and thrash my arms out to disorient them, but it doesn't look like it's working. I manage to look up and into Julia's blank eyes. She stares back down at me before turning away. It's intensive and electrifying pain courses through it. For a few seconds. Go limp. I feel my heart racing. Julia! Once more, my body tenses, and I'm overwhelmed with extreme pain. When it stops, I use whatever energy I have left to kick my feet as hard as I can. Vision begins to tunnel. I feel my energy dissipate into thin air, leaving only my motionless body behind. I can't fight back anymore. She betrayed me. Unable to maintain the strength to keep my head lifted, I slowly lower it until my forehead gently rests against the ground. I feel dizziness cover me and overwhelm my senses. I watch Julia walk away from me. Wake up. Wake up! I said, wake up! Something slams into the side of my face, waking me up and causing me to lift my head and recoil. Blinding light shines down onto my face, stings my eyes like sharpened needles. You're finally awake! Through the blinding light, I see a singular figure standing behind a metal desk across from me. My arms are restrained behind my back so tightly that I can barely move them. Extreme ache radiates from my right side, near the area of my kidney, which is where I remember being tased several times before I blacked out. It makes it hard to sit up straight. Body naturally arches over to relieve the pain. 4219, you awake enough to hear me? Yes. Perfect. We need to have a little talk. Your metallic noises come from across the desk. When I open my eyes to look, I see the man grabbing a chair and sitting down in it, facing me. How is it that you're here with me today, Agent? I don't know. You tell me. Well, I'm not exactly sure. It's very rare, almost unheard of, to have a 4-digit declared a code 3. You're one of the best, so why would you go against us? Oh, that is bullshit, and you know it. That's the thing. I never did. This whole shit show started because of an undocumented raid against me by Central Special Operations. Apparently no one has record of it at all. Not even my own division chief. Yes, I heard a rumor of that going around the administration hall. That's usually all it ever is. A rumor. You are full of shit and you know it. Be that as it may, your Code 3 declaration came afterward. You killed several other agents. That to me sounds more important. They attacked me! Stop giving me your victim bullshit and man up, kid. Oh, fuck you! Accept the responsibility of your actions, or you will never grow as a person. If I could punch you right now, I would. I'll take it from here. Yes, ma'am. A faintly recognizable voice comes from a woman who walks into the room. The man berating me stands up and heads over to the door, waiting beside it. She pulls the chair and the lamp that shines into my face to the side. The woman reveals herself as Julia's assistant, Miyuki Hizaki. I've seen her a few times before while Julia briefed me on some assignments. She's a little shorter than me, about 5'7", blue eyes, slightly tanned skin, and black-colored hair tied into a very neat ponytail. Her black suit clings to her body very well. I think you need to reverse those two words. Contouring her bust, which would usually catch my eye a few times, much to Julia's chagrin. She clasps her hands together and rests them atop the metal desk that separates us. Her gaze is professional and cold, as I'd expect from a suit like her. I lean my head up and give her direct eye contact, remaining completely silent as I do. Hello, 4219. Greetings, Miyuki. Do you know why you're here? I can make a few educated guesses, but none seem conclusive. You're a Code 3. You were taken into custody, as procedure would dictate. Procedure? That word seems to just be thrown around now these days. First, a deck team is sent to apprehend me with no obtainable authority, then someone here in this facility silences the only lead we have. Then my supervisor betrays me and brings me here. Any of this is procedure, then excuse my French, but you're an utter dumbass. I understand your frustration about the last couple of days' events. I would be as well. Trust me. However, you must understand that not only did you terminate several of your fellow agents, but you are also suspect in the murder of yet another agent. It's insane that you would even think something like that. He was the only source of information I had on who sent the team out against me. He was also the only remaining agent on the team that opposed you, that caused damage to your home, that tried to attack you. You had more than enough reason to kill him in a revenge-fueled tirade. Oh, shut up. Have you even spoken to Julia at all about this? I was with her the entire night. We've spoken to her, and she's provided her own report. But we are well aware of your nature and what you are capable of, 4219. I look back down to the pristine concrete floor and away from Miyuki's piercing eyes. She's being extremely hostile, which is different from her nature that I observed previously. Yeah, she's a two-faced piece of shit. I'm essentially backed into a corner, and I can't defend myself right now. I still fail to see how you, in any right state of mind, can implicate me for this. I purposefully left this agent alive so Julia could question him and get information out of him. If anyone had the opportunity to take him out, it was Julia. She was left alone in the room with him for several minutes before I even knew he was dead. Miyuki dodges the question and nearly interrupts me as I finish. There is also one other thing I want to discuss with you, 4219. Not like I have any other choice, do I? We have received several reports of you performing unethical actions with a specific individual local to this area. What? It involves a young girl named Natsuki. What about her? Lift my head back up and look directly into her eyes, a sudden reaction making them widen a little. You are aware of the non-interference doctrine in the agent guidelines, right? Yes, where an agent cannot interfere in local authorities' actions unless expressly permitted by appointed personnel. You know what that means, right? Why wouldn't I? Get to the point already. You cannot interfere in police, government, or legislative processes in this local area. Point to the instance where I did that. Right fucking now. And I haven't. Quite the contrary, 4219. I have a name. Your name means nothing to me. You're an agent. You will be referred to as such. Whatever you say, no digit. She scoffs and grits her teeth together in frustration. What does any of this have to do with Natsuki? She's my girlfriend. We go to school together. You're personally involved with this girl now. She looks down at the table and audibly sighs. I don't see how she has anything to do with this. She doesn't know anything she shouldn't. You have to understand our position in this situation. We can't really take your word for it, especially under these pretenses. Oh, this is a front. And Julia is on your side with this as well? Yes, she is. I'm the one questioning you because she asked for it. No, you set this up. You set this whole fucking thing up. You're corrupt. How could Julia do something like this? It's bad enough she betrayed me. To drag Natsuki into this mess? It disgusts even me. A mixture of disappointment and despair overcasts my mind, leaving me feeling distraught and helpless. This heavy feeling weighing on my shoulders, I lean forward and bow my head. Yeah, I've got a pretty sensible theory to what's going on now. Miyuki is in cahoots with Matsumoto. He's the one that's been mouthing off to Miyuki about this, and she is pushing Julia to do this. Julia doesn't want to do this. She's being pressured into it by Miyuki. And all of this has been fucking staged by Miyuki as a way to get him out of the way. That's the working theory that I have for what's going on right now. We'll see if I get proven right down the line. But seriously, this level of corruption pisses me off. I lower my tone and quietly speak to Miyuki. What do you want from me? That will be discussed later on. Right now, we want you in custody. Please don't make things harder for us and resist. You're already given too much leeway as it is. Oh, really now? That's rich coming from you. She nods her head toward my torso, gesturing to the restraints locking my wrists and arms behind my back. Right. Listen, Miyuki. Julia truly is done with me as an agent and wishes this approach. I won't fight her any further. Huh? Please do not involve Natsuki in this. She has no knowledge of anything I do and doesn't deserve to be caught up in this mess. Please. I can't guarantee it. You should understand that. But I will make note of it, and I will forward it to Julia. Thank you, Miyuki. I keep my head bowed in defeat. That's all I have for now. She unclasps her hands, rises from her chair, and exits the room. The agent who guarded the door before walks back over to the table. Look at you. The famous and reputable 4-digit Reaper, bowing his head in defeat. If I could punch you right now, I would. This is despicable. I thought you 4 digits were truly die-hard to the core. Guess your reputation doesn't really reflect you. Places his hand on the table and continues to barrage me with insults. You sometimes have to sacrifice for someone you care about. Today I made that decision. I am willingly charging myself with that sacrifice. Doing this for some chick in high school? What's her name again? Natsuki? He starts to laugh disparagingly at me. The tales people tell him, you made me apprehensive just to be in the same room with you at first. Seeing nothing more than a walking fleshlight is enough to bring you down. I feel humiliated to admit I once feared you. He starts to walk behind me. It's no matter, though. You are a fearsome agent nonetheless. You deserve to go out respectfully. You can hear him shuffling through his suit pocket for something, when all of a sudden something wraps around my face and slides towards my throat. What the hell? Is this a wire? I quickly shove my chin into my upper chest and catch the wire just as it reaches it. Stop fighting, Ben. It'll be over soon. Try my best to thrash around to get out of my restraints, but the cuffs won't budge. Damn it, this isn't good. He's gonna try to garrote me. I can't get my arms free. Pulls on the wire. It digs into my chin, sliding more and more towards my chest. Gets to my chest, it'll slip under my chin, and it'll flanks into my throat. I push the lower half of my jaw out as much as I can to keep tension on the wire so it doesn't slip. Aggressor continues to apply pressure on the wire, stinging my chin as it digs in. I think of something fast before he gets the better of me. Fear skyrockets when he starts to pull on the wire with enough force to tip the chair I'm sitting on backwards. I lunge my feet forward to keep me on the ground, but he starts pulling again just as quickly. You really want to go out fighting, don't you? Won't go out to the lights of you! Struggle to keep my head in position and fight back at the same time. Sudden releases the tension on the wire, causing my opposing force to send me lurching toward the table. The wire slides down just enough to get under my chin and make contact with the front of my throat. Uh-oh. I got you now! Wire's pulled back and I feel it sting as it wraps around my throat, cutting off the blood circulation to my head and closing my airway. She managed to get me. Bash my shoulders from left to right, desperately trying to loosen the man's grip on me. The writhing doesn't work in my favor. My muscles start to burn from lack of oxygen needed to fight back. Stop fighting back. It'll be easier for you. The wire continues to dig into my throat, the stinging now evolving into tearing. Placing my feet firmly against the ground in front of me, I launch myself up and throw the agent into the wall behind us. Pulls the wire downward, forcing my back to bend at an awkward and painful angle. Damn it! I'm not gonna make it if I don't get out of this! Come on! I try to slam the agent back against the wall again, but it does nothing. Try dead weight. It's an effective option to throw someone's balance off when you're in a hold such as this. More than likely snap my neck because of the amount of force he's using to hold me up. Ugh. At this point, my lungs scream and burn for air. Muscles ache and sting from the lack of oxygen, and I'm starting to get dizzy. So again, I slam the agent against the wall with my back. Shit. Can't hold myself up anymore. Start to buckle, and I frantically try to regain my footing. My body refuses to work with me. The agent manages to get me to the ground. My face planted against the concrete floor. He shoves his knee into my back to keep me from moving any further. Instinctively, my mouth opens and my tongue tries to stick out as I fail to breathe. Shh. Just let go. It's easier this way. It'll be over soon. I promise. Finished so soon, Miyuki? Yep, where's Julia? I'm right here. I revealed myself from around the corner. I had been standing in one of the grand halls of the building, looking out a window and trying to clear my head. Miyuki, looking a little frazzled, walks toward me and places her hand on my shoulder. Ma'am, he submitted. What? You're kidding. Nope. Guess as soon as I mentioned the non-interference doctrine and his girlfriend, he had no other choice but to surrender. He said, if Julia's truly done with me as an agent and wants this approach, I won't fight her any further. For some reason, hearing that Ben said that devastates me. I didn't want it to come to this point. I essentially destroyed him. Hear that he's given up? I blinked them away just as quickly as they came. You okay, ma'am? Yeah, this is not an easy situation. There isn't much we can do but wait. Correct. But doing this was a smart decision. Oh, fuck you. What else did he say? Nothing else I think you would want to hear. What do you mean? You betraying him? My heart break a little more on my chest. I lean against the wall. Ben means a lot to me. For this, I guess he means a lot more to me than I realized. Now he doesn't trust me. He's like gonna cut me out of his life from now on. And I don't even know what's gonna happen to him after all of this is over. What makes it worse is I couldn't bring myself to face him in that room. I had Miyuki do it for me. Despicable. Yes, you are. You know what? I'm gonna go talk to him. Ma'am, take down the information he gave you about what happened and start to compile a report. I'll meet you at my office when I'm done here. Yes, ma'am. Turn from the wall and walk towards the room Ben is in. To remain strong for this. He deserves at least a proper explanation from his supervisor. Stiffening my posture and pursing my lips, I open the door and walk inside. Entering the darkened room, but only with a single lamp that hangs from the ceiling, I glance down at the concrete floor and then back up at a metallic desk that sits in the middle of the room. But what I finally see, is my blood run cold. It paralyzes me. The agent that was supporting Miyuki stands over Ben and unwraps a silver, metallic wire from his throat. What the hell are you doing? He looks back at me, his face turns completely white and quickly tries to hide his weapon. Why are you in here? From my position, I see Ben's motionless body slumped onto the ground, and it's clear he isn't breathing. God, Ben! No! Why did you do this? You don't need to know that, Julia. He wraps the wire around his hand and he tucks it away into his suit pocket while giving me a cocky grin. Without hesitation, I charge him and slam him against the wall. He tries to resist by pushing against my chest, throw my left arm out and wrap it around his right. Next, I pull him toward me and thrust his right arm up at an unnatural angle. The sickening crunch of his forearm being fractured in several places rings in my ears. His body recoils. I place my right foot behind his and pull him toward me. I told you Julia was only doing this because she felt she had no other choice. Told you all she didn't want to do this. Once his chest makes contact with mine, I shove him back. His legs make contact with mine, toppling him over. Keep my grip on his broken arm and twist it to maneuver him to his stomach. Man, what is with the... You! You will pay for this! Miyuki walks in, and I give her an exasperated glare to help me out. She runs over and places her foot onto the agent's back, and I let her grab onto his arm. What the hell happened in here? What is wrong with 4219? I immediately get off the agent and rush to Ben's side, my anger and concern intensifying. Ben's limp body to his side, I look at his neck and examine the deep and dark marks caused by the agent's wire. Miyuki. He strangled Ben. What? Why in the hell would you do that? Miyuki screams into the agent's ear as he struggles and grunts against her. I press my first two fingers against a specific spot on Ben's throat. Oh my god. What is it, Julia? He has no pulse. I'm gonna try to give him CPR. I retrieve from my teacher and I quickly remove the restraints from his wrists. Kissing him onto his back, close to him and place my hands on his sternum. This usually never works for someone who's been strangled, but I have to give it a shot. I don't have much hope. He deserves more than for me to just give up and leave him to die. For getting my hands into position, I start my rhythmic compressions. Watch your back, Julia. A few compressions later, pinch his nose and place my lips against his. Try to kickstart his lungs by blowing air into them. Nothing. No, I'm not gonna give up. I start compressions again and try to blow more air into his lungs. He remains unresponsive. Tears start to stream down my cheeks as I slowly lose my own emotional resolve. No! Damn it! Can't die! Can't! Again, I start frantically performing my rhythmic compressions. Of course, it fails. No. Slam my fist against Ben's chest and start to sob uncontrollably. Several other agents enter the room and help restrain the agent Miyuki has control over. Once he's been fully restrained, Miyuki tries to help me to my feet, but I refuse and shake her off. I sit down next to Ben and close my eyes, remaining completely silent. So, this is making that theory I had less plausible. Miyuki's cooperation here, but I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out yet. Miyuki and the other agents start to grab Ben's attacker and drag him out, but I open my eyes and wave them to stop before they exit. Standing up, I take the holstered handgun I have in my suit's overcoat and point it at the defenseless cretin. Tears stop flowing from my reddened eyes, and I place my finger onto the trigger. Ma'am, what are you doing? Justice. I don't respond. I don't need to. I don't want to. This loathsome human waste deserves to die for what he did. Ben never got a chance to fight back. He died in a way that dishonors and humiliates him. Now I want nothing more than to dispose of this filth. He deserves to die. He deserves to suffer. He deserves the wrath of someone even more fearsome than I. If Ashley was alive, she'd be slicing this asshole's skin off with a dull blade. Ma'am, don't do it! We could use him alive to question him. We need to find out why he did this. I believe I found the answers to our questions already, Miyuki. This is the man who killed Williams. This is the man who's been hiding everything from us. What if he's collaborating with someone else here? We could really use any intelligence he has. We might be able to prevent this from happening to another agent, Julia. My index finger depresses the trigger slightly, but I try my hardest to hold back. Trembling, fight against my own fingers, it begins to pull it. What would Ash want me to do? What would Ben want me to do? He looks up at me with that smug-ass grin on his face. I so badly want to wipe it off. I want to beat into that face until it's nothing but mush. I start to quaver even more intensely as my rage grows. Ma'am, please. I understand you're... Shut up, Miyuki. Raise my voice and start using my commanding tone. Agent, you are under arrest. The only person you will be speaking to is me. I have no problem skipping your medical wing visit for your arm if you plan to resist. What? You think you can do that? Just as thick as your dead baby boy over there. I approach the man to kneel down and stare into his eyes. You are mine now. I will do with you whatever I please. You are in my custody, and you're lucky I'm not breaking the rest of your bones and leaving you to rot. My gaze remains unrelenting as he looks back at me, becoming apprehensive. Eyes. Fuck is with your eyes? I place the barrel of my handgun against the gap between his eyes. Miyuki? Yes, ma'am? Get him the hell away from me. Now. Yes, ma'am. I removed the barrel of the gun from the agent's face and holstered it back inside of my suit jacket. Yuki and the other agents drag him out of the room, leaving me behind. I can't even bear to move. I just kneel there in the dimly lit room, my head bowed and the tears coming back to my eyes. Figures it's raining at school. I reach into my pocket and grab my phone, hoping to see a message from Ben. Much to my disappointment, I don't have anything. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh. This is not very much not good. Story-wise, it's fucking fantastic. But, God, what a shitty way to go. I did not see that coming. I want to know. I want to know what the hell was going through this rogue agent's head. I want to find out what his motivation is. I've got guesses, but I want to hear it from this asshole. This is so fucked. Weird. I haven't seen him all day. Kind of worries me a little. He sent me a few messages after my dad took me from the club yesterday. We didn't talk much, since Dad refused to let me have my phone until we were done. Chilling feeling runs up my spine. Shudder right there in the hallway. Put my phone back into my pocket. Keep walking down the hall. I haven't seen him all day today either. He usually buys my lunch and my snacks. Maybe he's at the club and just forgot. Oh, Natsuki. A dummy, forgetting things like that. After a few more minutes of silent walking, I get to the clubroom door. My hand shakes slightly from nervousness as I reach for the knob. I'm actually really scared to see Monica right now. My dad shoved her to the floor. She must be really upset at me. This has nothing to do with you, Natsuki. How am I enjoying the route? Like I said, Brad, the writing is fantastic. I really did not see this outcome coming. I didn't think this possible. So, yeah, we're not getting our happy ending, are we? It's devastating. Ah, I still can't believe he did that. Right in front of Ben, too. The least I can do right now is thank Monica for stopping him. Because if he was going to start an all-out brawl with Dad. As much as I really want that to happen, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want him involved with my dad. I can handle this on my own. I've been dealing with this for years anyway. It isn't fair for me to just come into his life and wreck it with my issues. Ah, there I go again. I swallow the saliva in my mouth, turn the doorknob, and walk into the club room. Closing the door behind me, I look at Sayori, Yuri, and Monica. I don't know at this point, man. All I can do is wait for answers. They're all just sitting at our usual group of desks. I don't see Ben or his backpack anywhere. Where is he? Scour the room for any sign of him, making my concern even worse. Hey, Natsuki. Welcome back to the club. Hi, Monica. Can I talk to you for just a moment? Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, of course you can. I gesture for Monica to walk over to the corner of the room. Is everything alright? I just wanted to apologize for what my dad did. Oh, sweetheart. You don't need to worry about that. Ben helped me back up afterward. It's a good thing he did, because if I didn't stop, things would have been really bad. Yeah. Speaking of which, have you seen him at all today? No, I can't say that I have. Why? Is something wrong? Oh, I know you guys are. That's why we're gonna keep going. I haven't heard from him since yesterday. I don't think he was at school today. Yeah, he didn't show up to any of the classes we had together this morning. Do you think he's sick today? No, I don't think so. Whoop, sorry, I bumped it. He usually keeps himself very healthy, and even then, if he was sick, he would have still come to school. He's super stubborn. Oh, definitely. If you've ever observed the quality of the lunches he brings to school, you would never expect him to get sick. So missing today and not telling anyone is quite the cause for concern. Yeah, but I'm sure he's okay. He probably just forgot to charge his phone and slept in. Perhaps, but nonetheless, we can't wait forever for him. What do you say we get started? Yay! I can't wait to share my poem! Oh yeah, our poem! Ben and I never got a chance to finish it. I planned for the both of us to write a poem together so we could share it here at the club. Cross my arms and give my usual Okay, everyone. Since it's such a pretty and rainy day, Yuri, why don't you make us all a nice warm pot of tea? I'd love to. Yuri walks toward the back of the room to gather the tea set. But before she can leave, I reach out to her and speak to Monica. Monica? Can I help Yuri with the tea? Oh, well, yeah, I don't see why not. Thanks. Yuri looks back at me timidly and patiently waits for me to leave with her. When Yuri and I leave the club room to fill the teapot with water, she nervously tries to maintain eye contact with me. I also like the effects they did to keep the lighting consistent for this rainy, gloomy day. It's the little things, guys. Is everything alright, Natsuki? You don't usually help me. Yeah, well, guess I just wanted to talk to you about something real quick. Talk to me about something? Like what? I had a feeling. Yuri and I walk side by side down the gray-scaled hallway to the water fountain. I offer to hold the teapot, but Yuri politely shakes her head. So, I thought I wouldn't ever really need to ask you for help, but I'm writing a poem with Ben, and we had planned to share it together today. But since he isn't here, I actually got a better idea. What's your idea? Yuri turns her head and gives me a curious expression. I wanted to make a sort of surprise poem for him. A surprise poem? That's very sweet of you. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand? Of course I do. I think it's rather cute you would like to do something special for Ben. It's not cute.
Yes, it is.
I flash an aggressive look at Yuri, which makes her giggle. So, how would you prefer me to help with that? Well, you're just so good with words. And granted, even though Ben is a big dummy at times, he has a more advanced vocabulary than me. Is that the real reason you prefer to use simple words, Natsuki? I would like to ask for your help with using bigger words. Ugh! Can't believe I'm asking Yuri of all people for help with this. Yeah, just a little bit, Danny. However, she does have a lot of experience and talent with big descriptive words. I think she called it diction at one point. Yes, that is the correct word for that. Why would you like to use bigger words? Do you not like your writing style anymore? No, I still think it's superior in many different ways. This is not the time for that discussion, Natsuki. But I want Ben to actually like reading it. I know he doesn't like super simple things. I think you're wrong about that. Yuri looks off to the side and gives me an odd look. I think no matter how you read or write, he's going to love it. I don't believe you need to commit yourself to a writing style you're uncomfortable with just to impress him. He's already impressed with you enough as it is. What do you mean by that? Throw my hands straight down and grip my teeth. You're his girlfriend, Natsuki. You cheated with that answer. While I disagree that you would need to do anything extravagant to make a poem for him, I appreciate you asking me for help. Why wouldn't I? I know that sometimes I just be a tad aggressive with you, but I've come to think of you as one of my good friends. We may disagree on things like manga and our writing styles, but that doesn't mean I value you any less. Exactly. Disagreements are what keeps the friendship interesting. Little things like that. And I think people overlook that. You know, I want people to disagree with me as much as they agree with me. Because that allows us to learn more about each other that way. You know? That's how I look at it, at least. I know certain topics you've brought up with me, I don't exactly agree with you on. Like when we've talked about GMOs and some other stuff you've referenced. Yeah. I don't exactly see eye to eye with you on that, but that's a discussion for another time. But she's still my baby. And I love her. Exactly, Danny. You hit the nail on the head. There isn't any room for improvement. No room to grow, then what are we even living for? You know what I'm saying? Just brings us closer as people. And it's important to have discussions with stuff like that. She's a lovable PNG. I'm well aware of what she is. Doesn't mean I see her as less. Yuri blushes and looks off to the side, noticeably thrown off and flustered by my little emotional spiel, sorry. I'm flattered. I still think of you as one of my good friends, too. Everything you said, I agree with wholeheartedly. I actually really needed that. No problem. Yuri and I finally arrive at the water fountain, and she starts to fill the glass pitcher. I lean against the wall and look around the hallway, peering out the windows. Wow, it's really raining hard out there. Yeah. There's a chance it's supposed to snow tomorrow. After things have finally been warming up here, and a lot of the snow's been melting. Like, I can see grass again. And now this is just like, how about we fix that? And it's like, my god, it's never gonna end. Here's something interesting some of y'all might not know about Minnesota as a state. You aren't gonna touch it anyway? Not when it's all wet and shit. Who do you think I am, crazy? But here's a little fun fact about Minnesota for you. In my state's history, there's only been 1 month out of all the 12 months where we have never seen snow in our state's history. I want you to take a guess what that month is. That we have never documented snowfall. I want you all to take a guess before I tell you. Yuri turns her head and gazes at one of the windows. Don't you just love it? When it rains, it always makes for a good atmosphere to curl up with a blanket, some tea, and a book. I think Monica would be inclined to agree. I almost have dry land up here. The fuck y'all doing down there? I mean, things are finally thawing, so there's that. But yeah, I'm just saying. There's only 1 month in the year where we have never recorded snowfall at any point in our state's history. That isn't my cup of tea. I'd prefer to read my manga instead of a regular book. I don't respond to her and look back over the picture, watching it slowly fill up. But Yuri turns from the window and faces me again. Anybody have any guesses? Pick a month, any month. You got a 1 in 12 chance of getting it right. Oh, trust me, I know, Zach. I know you. You never let me forget that. You got a 1 in 12 chance to get it right. Just guess one. I'll give y'all another minute before I tell you. Maybe someday you'll find out, Danny. So, you haven't heard from Ben at all since last night? Yeah, he usually texts me goodnight or something like that before we fall asleep. But I didn't get anything. Not even this morning when we usually meet up before class. It isn't like him to just up and miss school and not tell anyone. Yeah, I've been slightly concerned about that as well. After the whole incident from yesterday, I saw he was extremely upset. Monica managed to calm him down, but he had that characteristic look. To each their own, Zach. What do you mean by that? Yuri and I noticed the glass pitcher overflowing due to our lack of attention. She releases the handle of the faucet and the stream of water stops. Alright, another minute has passed and I still haven't seen a guess. So, the only month where snow has never been recorded to fall. The only month where we have never recorded snowfall in our state is July. That is the only month in this state where we have never seen snow. Every other month, at least once, out of all of the years that our state has been around, we have recorded snow at some point. Pretty fucking wild to think about, isn't it? Good guess, then. That's a good guess, then, Zach. But yeah, July is the only month in our state's history where it has literally never snowed. Like I said, every other month, all the 11 other months, we've recorded snowfall at least once. I'd have to look up the actual number of times for months like, May, June, and August, because snow during those months in particular is pretty fucking insane. But, yeah. Just a little fun fact for you about the state that I live in. And I will clarify that for June and August in particular, in my lifetime, which is almost 25 years at this point, I have never seen snow in either June or August. So don't think it's a common thing, because it is very much not true. It's very much the opposite of that. God bless America, right? While tilting the pitcher slightly and draining some of the excess water, Yuri continues speaking. Do you remember how he acted when he first joined the club? He was very standoffish and abrasive. He even looked at you differently. I guess that notion sounds horrible, but allow me to explain. We see snow on and off from August to October. Yeah, that sounds about right. We sometimes see some, like, in very uncommonly in September. Like that would be, you know, headline worthy here for us if it was in September. October, not so much. I mean, I've literally been told stories about the Halloween blizzard we had one year many decades ago in our state. So, yeah. In October and November, it's not unrealistic for us to get snow, but usually it doesn't stay, because it's not routinely cold enough yet for it to accumulate. But December and January is where, you know, it really starts to kick off. And it just kind of goes from there until about March or maybe April, depending on how the year goes. That's kind of how it goes for us. Like, seriously, I could ask my mom about the Halloween blizzard and she could tell me about it right now. But I'm not going to do that because it's 1:45 in the morning. That's just disrespectful. You don't have to. I get what you're saying. Right. And over time, as he grew closer to all of us, he's mellowed out a good measurable amount. Don't you agree? Oh, definitely. So what you're telling me is that he acted like his old self after I left? Correct. It's not a big revelation or worry. It's just something I happened to notice yesterday. Now I'm even more worried about him. I'm gonna go to his house and check on him. Oh no. Natsuki, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You don't want to do that. This rain? Yeah, I have an umbrella. Plus, Ben wouldn't care about the rain if he was in my position. Mostly appears from the end of October to midway through November, then all through January, February, and a little bit in March, since it's at that time that it starts to melt. Yep. Sounds about right. I see. Wipe that grin off your face. I already know what you're gonna say. Yuri giggles again and starts walking back to the club room. I follow her and collect my things before quickly making my way to Ben's house. Oh no, Natsuki. Oh no. Oh, I feel so bad for you, Natsuki. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh no. Oh, don't make me do this game. Gripping my umbrella tightly in my hands with its material outstretched and shielding me from the rain, navigate to Ben's house. Yeah, it's not just raining, folks.
It's raining sideways.
As I approach, I see a fancy black car pull into the driveway. Huh? Oh, that must be Ben. Maybe he was working today and couldn't tell any of us? What other reason would he just go poof like that? Oh. Feeling relieved, I quicken my pace up the sidewalk. The driver and passenger doors open, and two women step out. One of the women uses her hand to cover her black hair as she positions the umbrella over her. The other doesn't even appear to bother, since both of her hands are empty. Wait a second. I recognize one of them. That's Julia, Ben's guardian. The girl with the black hair, though, I don't recognize her. I keep looking at the car's back door, expecting one of them to open and Ben to step out.
that doesn't happen. Both women walk to his front door and enter. That's weird.
I've still got another hour or so in me. It's only 1:45. Usually I go till about 3, so can do the math from there.
My nervousness comes back in droves this time. I approach the front door and knock. Before I can even finish my third tap, the door opens and Julia stands behind it, barely glancing down at me. Her eyes are almost as gray-scaled as the sky, almost like they have no emotion in them. Other than that, a slightly broken expression on her face sends shivers down my spine. Hi, Julia. Is Ben here?
Oh, please, so folks. Oh, I'm not ready for this.
Excuse me. Julia speaks in a quiet and raspy tone, gesturing that she wants to get past me. Oh, I'm sorry. I stepped to the side to allow her through, expecting her to ask me what I was there for. But nothing. She walks past me, back to the parked car, holding a small box in her hands. She doesn't even look at me. It's like I don't exist. What the hell's going on here? I'm starting to get seriously worried about Ben. Julia, is Ben okay? She stops walking to the car and turns her head slightly.
Oh no. Chibika, you've been waiting for this moment, haven't you?
Silence we share almost makes me want to scream. Keep expecting her to say something. It looks as if she is fighting to not speak. Water now considerably dripping from her hair. She turns away and returns to the car. Cursing under my breath, I open the front door and enter Ben's house. Walking into the living room, it looks as if the couches were moved off center from each other. Other than that, everything seems fine, so I'll check his room. Get to the already open door and walk into his room. Hey, dummy, are you in here? To my dismay, he isn't anywhere to be found. Ugh! Seat on the foot of the bed. Sigh. Isn't nice to make a girl worry, Ben. Ain't that the truth?
Uh-oh. Hi, Miyuki.
A sudden woman's voice from the hallway startles me. It's the girl who arrived with Julia. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. No, it's okay. I was just looking for Ben. Ah, I see. Are you his... I'm Natsuki, his, girlfriend. I feel my face grow slightly hot as I say that word. Ah, so you're Natsuki. Ben has mentioned you quite a bit. He has? I mean, are you a friend of his? Oh no, I just know Julia. I'm only here for her, basically. I see. I don't suppose you would know where Ben is, would you? No, I'm afraid I do not. Sorry. She leans against the doorway and crosses her arms. I hate to do this, but I've got to ask you to leave now. We're about to leave ourselves, and we need to lock up. Right. The girl escorts me out of the house and locks the front door behind us. She gives me a quick farewell and gets into the car. I return the wave and start to walk back home, disappointed. Sorry for the wait, ma'am. Miyuki closes the passenger door and puts on her seatbelt. I insert my key into the ignition and start the engine. Afterward, I just rest both my hands on the steering wheel, staring out of the window and watching Natsuki walk away. I should have told her. Instead of putting her worried mind to rest, I ignored her. Another mistake I made. Ma'am, it will be okay. I don't think you're in any condition to break that kind of news to anyone right now. I guess you're right. Ignoring the unceasing burning in my eyes, I shift gears and back out of the driveway. I'll tell her when I can come to accept what I've done. While I return to school, I try my best to get Julia's facial expression out of my mind. It's like she was a completely different person than the one I've seen before. Over the time I've known Ben, I've met Julia only a few times. This is still a night and day difference from how she usually is. Maybe she was just having a bad day. That would explain why she wasn't very talkative, right? Oh, I've already got a pretty clear picture. And that girl with her couldn't tell me anything about Ben, so I left his house with more questions than I'd started with. I reached the gates of the school and quickly get under a roofed area to shield me from the rain. Closing my umbrella and tucking it into the side of my backpack, I reach into my pocket and grab my phone. Timing is perfect. A few minutes before the club would usually end. I'll rest for a little while, get a drink of water, and start walking home. But before I put my phone back inside my pocket, I send a message to Ben. Hey, are you okay? I haven't heard from you all day, and I just want to make sure. I stare at the messaging screen, praying for something to happen. Of course, I get no response. Return my phone to my pocket, reopen my umbrella, and start walking home. Closing the front door behind me, I take off my shoes and leave them near the door on a little mat. I tie my umbrella closed and leave it next to the door as well, walking to the kitchen. I hope Dad got something so I can have something I can have for an after-school snack. I'm starving. Opening the fridge, I scour around for anything that my father wouldn't miss if I had eaten. But he usually has a very keen eye on this, so my hopes aren't too high. But, much to my surprise, I see a bunch of fresh apples sitting in one of the crisper drawers. I quickly grab one and run it under the sink, washing off anything gross that sits on the skin. After turning off the water, I take a bite into it. The taste is amazing. I question why it tastes so good, but the violent rumble of my stomach answers. Father's door opens upstairs, which sends me into a panicked craze to finish my apple. But before I could take another few bites, he turns the corner and stops in the doorway.
Natsuki, what are you eating?
An apple.
An apple? You mean the brand new ones I bought for my shakes?
I'm sorry, I did. His hand wraps around my wrist, yanks me towards him, and snatches the apple out of my hand.
What, did your boyfriend not make you food like he did yesterday?
He rotates the apple in his hand and then throws it into the trash can. Actually, no, he didn't. He wasn't at school today.
You just come home and start eating my food with reckless abandon, huh?
I'm sorry. I was only gonna have one. I'm really hungry.
Do not raise your voice at me.
He raises his hand like he's gonna slap me, which makes me cower down and cover my face with my hands.
You know, my sweet daughter, I don't understand how you're going so wrong. I raised you to be a respectable and submissive young lady. Gee, how is she going so wrong? I think I'm looking at the reason right now. Give you one hint. But here you are, raising your voice at me like you're the one in charge and acting like you own everything. I own everything here. You own nothing. Tears start to sting my eyes, and I start to breathe heavily. I hate it when he says this stuff to me. I try my best, but it's never good enough for him. When are you not going to be a disappointment? Buy you nice clothes, spend money on your textbooks, teach you manners, spend time out of my day to make sure you're keeping up with your studies so you become successful in life. Oh, really? Do you now? You don't do any of that. You buy me clothes you think I'm cute in. My textbooks were loaned to me by the school. You didn't pay a dime for them. I learned my manners from Mom,
but lost them over time because of how crude you are. You only care about my grades because you just want bragging rights to people. You don't actually care how I do. You don't even help me when I ask. You don't care at all. Wave my arms out and gingerly stomp on the ground as I scream at him. He takes a step back, surprised at my sudden outburst, but his face starts to turn red and he balls his hands into fists. Oh, you ungrateful little bitch! He walks over to me and wraps his right hand around my throat, shoving me into the fridge. His hand tightens around my throat as he lifts me up against it. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? You are to respect me. He starts to breathe heavily and squeezes my throat even harder. Dad, I can't breathe. Shut up. I don't care at all, huh? I guess that's it. He pulls me away from the fridge and drops me to the ground. My knees slam against the tile floor, pain shooting through them as they make contact. I cough and try to regain my breath. Dad starts to walk out of the room. Go to your room. If I see you out of your room at all tonight, I'm gonna throw you out. And stay with your super duper great boyfriend and be his burden for once. Since I don't care at all, I don't see a reason anymore to make dinner for you. With that, he leaves. I hear him march up the stairs. I start to drip down my cheeks and drain all of my bodily energy. I don't even think I can manage to get up from the floor. I just want to sit here and cry. Natsuki, what did I just say? Go into my room, okay? Picking myself off the tile flooring of the kitchen. I shamble up the stairs and into my room. The door latch is closed behind me, and I quickly turn the knob to lock it. I stand still next to my door and look at the ground. All of my emotions start to fill me like a bathtub, becoming the only means of escape for them. My tears lie down on my bed and rest my head in my hand. Out of the corner of my eye, a little brown stuffed bear catches my eye. Oh. Oh, that's so sweet. They're really trying to pull on the heartstrings, man. Oh. In Suika. He wanted to run to grab him and return to my bed to lie down in the middle of it. His cute little black eyes make me smirk through my sadness.
If I'm ever not around to protect you, he will be.
Ben's words come directly from my heart and trigger me to hug the stuffed bear. I really wish you were here with me right now. I don't know where you are, or what is going on with you, but I hope you're okay. I just want to see you again and hug you. I speak those words silently, some part of me hoping it gets to him. As feeble of an attempt as it is, I know nothing will come of it. My efforts to comfort myself don't go as I planned. They only make me feel more weak and vulnerable. You can go stay with your super duper great boyfriend and be his burden for once. Am I really a burden on him? What happened yesterday at the club drive him off? No, that can't be true. Ben wouldn't just leave us behind and be scared away easily like that. God, I hope not. But every time I happen to speak to myself, I make things harder, so I close my mouth and remain silent. Close my eyes and try to rest.
Tell me the good stuff, Julia.
Finish my signature with my own little curve, finishing up the authorization for orders. This should be more than enough to grant me full authority to take over this investigation.
Oh, did they misspell office? I didn't even notice that.
The agent we took into custody has been completely silent since we arrested him.
As I expected.
Should put a bullet in his head for what he did. Thank God for Miyuki convincing me to stop. Otherwise, he would have been long gone by now. Now that I look back on it, I've never reacted that way before. Guess the sudden shock of losing one of the only people I had left to care for here really sent me over the edge.
You don't say!
Even now, the shock of what happened still permeates my body. With every pump of blood my heart forces through my veins, I can't help but feel overwhelmed with remorse. I promise, Ben, I will put an end to this. It's one thing I can do to say that I'm sorry. But sorry will never be enough to atone for what I've done. Never will be. It's something I will have to live with from now on, no matter what. To make things worse, I locked up when Natsuki showed up at his house. She was his girlfriend and was probably worried sick about him, and I just ignored her. I know I mentioned something to Miyuki in the car at the time, but it still lingers in my mind. How am I going to explain what happened to Ben and tell her I was the cause of it? That if I hadn't done what I did... I allow that thought to trail off enough to maintain my bearing. Moving past that grievance, take a look down at the stack of papers I just reviewed. They're internal affairs forms that I specifically drafted and signed that would allow me to seize control of the investigation from this point onward. This includes the interrogation of the agent we detained and any further cohorts. Right now, I have him locked in a confinement room away from the general building. I have 2 deck agents as access control, and only Miyuki and I have access to the room. Our keycards are the only ones able to badge into it. And as an added security benefit, I have real-time alerts set up for anyone who attempts to open the door. I'm not taking any chances with this. I'm using everything available to me. And after the recent events, admin has had no problems pushing these papers through. After all, Ben was my agent. I'm heaving a quiet but powerful sigh from my lungs. I stapled the papers together and slid them into a manila envelope. Next, I take a solid black permanent marker and write J4219 CCIAURG 101320XX across the top overlap. J being my first initial, 4219 being Ben's agent number, IA being internal affairs, and URG meaning urgent. The only one I needed was urgent. This is usually how requests and forms like this are docketed. The date attached is in a format designating classified information. I lick the manila envelope closed, and then click my tongue to get rid of the god-awful adhesive taste.
What's up, Imprudent? Tonight has been a very emotional night.
Alright, now that that is done, it's time to go handle the only problem I have left. After I drop off the envelope to the Internal Affairs office, give Miyuki a call and inform her that I'm going to question the agent. She acknowledges it and says that she and the deck agents are waiting. The sun beams down onto the campus as I walk across the beautifully cleaned asphalt.
Sounds good, Zach. Best of luck with the work on the mod.
It's a little brisk out here. There isn't anything to complain about.
It's only October after all.
I make a right turn away from the parking lot and start down a lonely concrete sidewalk. It leads me along the outer border of the campus toward an ominous-looking gray building you would expect to see in a high-security prison. It would make sense, because that's essentially what it is. The building is where we hold agents, and other individuals for a number of reasons deemed appropriate by admin. Every time I approach it, I get somewhat intimidated just by the way it's incorporated into everything. I get to the front doors and enter, heading down a dimly lit hallway to a door that 3 people stand in front of. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Miyuki, agents. I nod to all 3 of them. I'm going inside. No one is to follow me. Miyuki, perform a checkup in 3 minutes, and every 2 minutes afterward. Yes, ma'am. I swipe my keycard into the black access control panel. The loud metallic click of the door unlocking echoes through the desolate hallway. I open the door and step inside. Finally.
Ben is no longer with us.
The pitch black room swallows me as the door closes behind me. Pressing a button near the door, the room lights up to expose the rogue agent. He is seated against the wall in the corner of the room and looks up at me.
Hello, Julia.
Are you going to talk to me? Because I am not in the mood to play childish games with you.
That's a shame. What use is it to keep me here, then? You know I'm not gonna talk.
So, you'd rather spend the rest of whatever time you have left in this darkened room?
Yeah, he's gonna take this to the grave, because he is a certified piece of shit.
Because I control how long of a life you live now. And I can do whatever I want with you. Or, you can just tell me what I want to know, and I will let you go.
What? You're lying.
No, I will grant you blanket immunity for ousting anyone else here involved in your little scheme.
What if I operated alone, huh? What then?
You didn't act alone. You were taking orders.
Tries to speak,
but I cut him off by raising my hand. I know your kind. I deal with your kind. I am your kind. Do not attempt to bullshit a bullshitter. I know you were taking orders, and this wasn't just a one-time event for you to one-up a 4-digit. A 4-digit that couldn't defend himself!
Better time to take him out.
Kind of like you right now, huh?
You wish.
What's to stop me from doing exactly to you what you did to Ben? I reach into my suit pocket and pull out the garrote wire that was used to strangle Ben. His eyes widen slightly, but he maintains his bearing and fortitude.
What's stopping you is information. You want information that I have, and if you kill me, you won't get it.
Oh, I will get what I want, one way or another. I reach down and grip his throat with my right hand, making sure my nails dig into his skin. Why did you go after Ben?
Because I felt like it.
Care to elaborate?
No!
I release my grip on his throat and quickly slam my left hand against his temple, throwing him into the wall.
Bitch.
Grab onto his hair and pull him up to his knees. No, 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 no. You have it backward. Lean forward and put my face inches from his.
You are the bitch. You are my bitch.
He swings his head back, preparing to headbutt me, but I lean away from him fast enough to kick him in the chest and send him flying back into the wall. He looks back up toward me, rage burning in his eyes. The sound of the metallic lock being released causes us to look at the door. When it opens, Miyuki peers her head in and locks eyes with me. Everything going fine, ma'am? I straighten my posture and pat my waist and legs down. Yes, thank you. She nods in affirmation and closes the door. Turning back to the restrained man on the floor, I lower myself to his eye level again. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. You can always write. I retrieve a small piece of metal from my suit pocket and push him against the wall.
What are you doing?
Open your mouth.
What?
I think you mean he. As he speaks that word, I jam the piece of metal into his mouth, forcing it open. Ugh! You'll have to excuse me. I don't quite have my orthodontics degree yet. I slide out a small self-defense knife and raise it to his mouth. He grunts and his eyes widen, evidently shocked by what I intend to do. Why do you look shocked? I said it's fine if you don't talk. Using my index finger, middle finger, and thumb, I grab onto his tongue and force it out of his mouth.
Oh shit! You're gonna make him a mute. Shit! Yeah, Julia's not fucking around here.
He struggles and grinds his tongue against my fingers, and it makes me slightly nauseated. Feels like I'm trying to grab a lean piece of raw steak. The tip of the blade rests against the top of his tongue, and he starts to freak out. You can always write what I want to note down. Oh, that reminds me. Are you a righty or a lefty? He just stares at me, panic in his eyes. I just need to know so I know what hand to spare. You don't need the other fingers, do you? When I finish that sentence, he starts to scream and thrash around, causing my blade to just slightly cut his tongue. Stop freaking out! You'll make me nix something I don't want to! Freezes instantly, grunting like he's trying to say something. What's that? I can't hear you over having me in your mouth. Are you going to talk? After a brief second, he nods. I remove both the knife and the brace from his mouth.
I'm calling his bluff right now.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Funny to hear that coming from you. Considering what you did, I think this is mild. I stand up and rub my hands on my pants, trying to get the man's saliva off my fingers. Now start talking to me about this attack on your peer.
Here? That's a funny word for it.
He was a fellow agent.
No, he was not. He wasn't from my division. He was not my friend. He was not my brother. The men I work with are my brothers. Not that wuss of a lone wolf. The only reason you're in your position is because of him. Now that he's gone, what is left for you?
More than you can possibly imagine.
Not like I care anyway. I did what I was supposed to do.
Why? He doesn't respond and looks down at the concrete floor. I asked you a question. My hand stings at the intense impact against the agent's temple. Why did you do it?
Because I was told to.
By who? He remains silent and looks up at me, fury in his pupils. By who?
I can't tell you.
Why not?
Because if I do, they'll kill me.
If you don't, I'll kill you.
I guess I'm fucked either way.
He sits back and looks calmly at me.
The Eastern Branch.
What about them?
The Eastern Branch asked me to take out the Reaper.
You're kidding me.
No, Julia. I had my arm pulled behind my back. If I didn't kill him, it would have killed my family.
Who in the Eastern Branch ordered this malignant nonsense?
Wish I could tell you, but that is all I know.
No, you're lying to me about this.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I've said all I wanted to. You aren't gonna get anything else from me.
Oh no, you and I aren't done yet. I want names. I want dates. I want times. Gives me a cocky smirk and turns his head away. Fine. I will play your game. The metallic lock clicks, and once again, like clockwork, Miyuki sticks her head in. Ma'am, checking in. Miyuki, can you bring in the 2 deck agents out there with you? Yes, of course. Miyuki waves both of the agents in, and they comply. They look between me and the restrained captive curiously. Will you find gentlemen mind lending a hand with a pest problem I have? I rub my wrist and look both agents in their eyes. They nod in agreement. Perfect. Let's start. I close the door with Julia, the 2 deck agents, and the imprisoned man inside of the cell. She asked me to make sure her pager was clear and that internal affairs hadn't tried to contact her. I have no idea what she is doing to that man there, but I have a feeling I don't want to know. After all, my respect and admiration for my supervisor knows no bounds. I'd follow her through hell and back if I had to. But ever since that day, she's been completely different. She only shows disdain for herself. Like all the respect and prestige she's earned is gone. I guess seeing Natsuki didn't help either. That young girl was Ben's girlfriend. Julia couldn't bring herself to tell her what happened. With that, I have one other concern. How will she react when this is all over? As I know her very well. She will get the information she wants. What she will do with it, no one can predict. After all, Ben was like a son to her. She and I essentially betrayed that trust, forced him into a situation that we didn't know was going to be fatal. No matter who you are, you wouldn't take the consequences well. I mean, the look in her eyes when we first apprehended the agent was like she was a completely different person. I've heard the stories about her when she was a field agent, but even so, I wouldn't have expected her to become like this. That's why I'm worried about Julia. I guess we'll have to wait to find out more. Alright. I finished my water, so let's see how far that carries me. While I sluggishly paced through the corridor toward the club room, I stopped by the restroom briefly and sent Monica a message. Quickly pressing the send button, I put my phone away and start to head toward the club room again. Arriving at the door, I peek in and make eye contact with Monica. She immediately stops what she's doing and walks out into the hallway with me. Hey, Natsuki. You aren't looking all that good. Is everything okay? Didn't you get my message? No, I didn't. Monica, As I hear her soft and caring voice, lose all emotional stability, my eyes start to sting. She bitterly frowns and opens her arms to offer me a hug. Not even thinking about it, I wrap my arms around her and rest my head against her chest. Monica secures me in the hug by placing her arms around me, softly speaking into my ear. What happened, Natsuki? A violent grumble of my stomach prompts tears to leave my eyes and make my cheeks their home. I don't even know where to start. My dad or Ben? I don't really hide what is happening between me and my dad. Monica's always known, and she worries for me. She's a very sweet girl, and I'm super happy to have her as a friend and a club president. I still have my hesitations about talking about this stuff. It's not the easiest thing to share, but at this point, I have nowhere to turn. My father's becoming worse and worse, and he's stopped feeding me completely. The water bottle in my backpack has been filled and emptied more times than I can remember today. Well, easier to get rid of the hunger pains if you fill your stomach with water, but if it's just for a short time. Monica, I went to Ben's house yesterday to check on him. Uh-huh, I remember. I saw Julia and some other girl there taking boxes out of his house and putting them into a car. He wasn't anywhere to be seen. I tried to talk to his guardian, but she didn't even look at me. Something extremely bad happened. She was afraid to tell me. They were taking boxes out of his house? I nod to affirm her. That's strange, especially since none of us have heard anything. Do you have any theories? None that I care to say out loud. Yeah, that probably isn't the right thing to do right now. She rests a hand on my head and tenderly strokes my hair. The least we can do right now is hope for the best, alright? That's not all. We release each other from our hug. She looks into my eyes, waiting for the coming news. I'm so sorry. Honestly, don't know what to say right now. Don't apologize. It's not like I was going to expect you to know what to do either. Well, I'll be honest. I have no idea what to do regarding your father, but you can't just let it happen. Natsuki, sweetheart, he is starving you because he's insensitive and selfish. She stops herself, closing her eyes and raising her index finger. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off like that. Don't apologize. I feel the same way you do. Place my hands on my hips and look off to the side. Well, I am not going to stand around and watch you starve. Come with me to the lunchroom really quickly. I'm gonna buy you something to eat. Huh? You don't have to do that.
This isn't a question. That's not an offer, Natsuki. That's an order.
Just as Monica said, she took me to the lunchroom and purchased an after-school snack for me. Repeatedly told her that she doesn't have to, but she refuses to listen. Down inside, I'm super thankful she did this for me because I'm actually able to eat for once. I just don't want to ask anyone for help. I don't need it. I can take care of all of this myself.
No, you can't.
Coming back from the lunchroom, I happened to notice a figure walking into the club room. When Monica and I enter the room, I see a woman in a black suit standing near one of the desks, casually chatting with Sayori and Yuri. She notices us, and her eyes directly meet mine, and mine alone. Hello. Oh, hi, Julia. Can I speak to you outside? Sure. Julia walks toward the door, and as she passes me, she places her hand ever so gently onto my back, coaxing me along. When we get outside, she closes the door behind us. Hey, so I just wanted to apologize for how I acted toward you. I was going through something at the time, and it made it extremely difficult to speak or express any emotion at that moment. Why? Did something happen to Ben? Julia's eyes remain emotionless, broken, a single one of them watering. She rests her hand against my shoulder and looks me in the eyes, really trying her best to say something. Like she has the words she wants to say stuck in her throat. Julia? Natsuki, I made a mistake. A very, very big mistake, and I don't know how I can forgive myself. Most importantly, I don't know how to break it to you.
I think that's all she needs to hear, Julia. I think she can figure out the rest from here. Ugh.
Oh my god. Me? He's dead? The tear that she held in her eye finally fell down her cheek while she nods. No. He's gone. A few steps back from her and cover my mouth with my hands. She tries to stop herself from crying. Both her eyes are completely watery now, just barely stopping the tears from running down her face. Then, all of a sudden, my My knees feel weak and my stomach drops to the point of nausea. She moves her hand from my shoulder to my back, pulling me into a hug. Her perfume wafts into my nose, making this moment all the more personal. I tighten my grip onto Natsuki. The poor young girl cries into my shoulder. Cutting off my own emotions, do my best to try and comfort her. But I know I'm failing. I'm not the greatest at breaking news like this. Nor am I with receiving emotion in the emotions it instigates, especially with someone so close to Ben. I pull myself away from her and offer her some form of support, because I know that is what he would want. Natsuki, I know everything that has been going on with you. Ben has made me fully aware of your circumstances. I just want you to know I'm gonna be here to help you through it. If you ever need anything, I want you to call me. I reach into my suit jacket to retrieve one of my business cards. That has my office and my direct cell number. Seriously, if you ever need anything, I want you to call me. I look up and down the hallway to make sure no one else can hear or see us. Ben mentioned to me before that your father wasn't feeding you much. Have you eaten today? He hasn't fed me at all. He's done doing that. Jesus Christ. But one of my friends bought me some food earlier, so I'm fine for now. Alright, A man's voice calls out from down the hall. Natsuki, are you ready to leave or what? I've been in the car waiting. A man in a white dress shirt and black slacks menacingly walks down in the hallway. Oh, here we go. Using the index finger of his right hand, he pushes the bridge of his glasses up, centering them on his eyes and nose. His voice is instantly demanding and, to someone who is easily intimidated, fear-bringing. But it doesn't even faze me. I continue to stare at him as he converges on us. Natsuki looks between him and I, almost on the brink of panic. She scoots closer and closer to me, and away from who I presume to be her father. His gaze meets mine, furrows his brow as if I am an inconvenience to him. What do you mean, Dad? What I mean is that I've been in the car waiting for you for a long time. Why? I usually walk home after the club. I called you, and I sent a text message. Huh? I watch Natsuki reach into her pocket and pull out her phone, her face contorted in confusion. I don't have anything from you, Dad. Wait a minute. My phone says it has no service. I wonder why it says that. Natsuki's father scratches the stubble of hair he has on his chin, while speaking in a condescending, mocking tone. The tone alone is enough to warrant an immediate negative impression of the man. Did you turn my phone off? Seems like it, doesn't it? Why would you do that? The man once again glances over and meets my gaze. This is something you should be throwing a tantrum about in public. This isn't something you should be throwing a tantrum about in public. Tantrum? If you want your phone service back so bad, go ask your boyfriend to do it. He scoffs under his breath and angles his body away while he pushes his glasses back up. Natsuki stands completely still, shocked at what her father just said to her. I assume after the news I just gave her, this might have broken her. Subconsciously, my hands ball into fists from pure outrage at what this despicable human being just said. Do you really think that is an appropriate way to speak to your daughter? And who are you to tell me how to parent? What I said was rather simple. If she wants her phone back on, she can ask her super reliable and amazing boyfriend to turn it back on. Natsuki starts to tremble before dropping to her knees. He can't! 'Cause he's dead, Dad! Natsuki buries her head in her hands, crying uncontrollably. I kneel beside her and rest my hand on her back, gently rubbing it to try and comfort her. Oh. Well, that certainly is unfortunate.
but I couldn't care less. He was a nuisance anyway. Natsuki, let's go.
Oh, you did not just say that. You just signed your own death warrant, you piece of shit. It has been a long time coming for you.
Excuse me? How dare you say something like that?
I'm sorry, who are you?
I am Ben's guardian. I've cared for him since he was a child.
I see. Well, you have my condolences at least. Maybe you're the one who needs to be taught about parenting. Your whatever you want to call him was nothing but trouble and disrespectful to me. Hell, I wouldn't even doubt that his attitude was what resulted in him passing away. Way back to the topic here. Natsuki, stop crying and get up. Such a presumptuous piece of shit.
He reaches down and grabs Natsuki's arm, pulling her up to her feet like a rag doll. How can he be so insensitive? How can he be so... Julia, calm down. You can't afford to take matters into your own hands here at the school right now. Now I guess I understand how much of a problem he is to Natsuki. No, how much of a problem he is in general. Only a monster would say such things. As they walk down the hallway, Natsuki wipes a tear from her face and glances back. Ben, I now know what you were talking about when you spoke of this man. He reminds us of someone, doesn't he? Reach into my pocket and grab the blaring commission phone. Answering the phone call, I place the handset to my ear, unable to give a greeting before I'm cut off. Ma'am? Julia, are you there? Yes, Miyuki, I am. What's wrong? I think we finally have a lead on what that agent meant by Eastern Branch. You're kidding! I'm on my way to the office now. I will be waiting. Oh, and, how did it go? It went worse than I had expected. She took it really hard. I don't blame her. Well, I'm glad you told her. Can you do me a favor, please? What is it, ma'am? Ben's phone should be inside of my desk, bottom drawer. I want you to turn it on and look through his contacts for Natsuki's phone number. Once you have it ported and connected to my private account. Yes, I will have that done before the time you get here. I appreciate it, Miyuki. And whatever you do not message Natsuki from his phone. Are we clear on this? Crystal, ma'am. Good. I'll see you soon. End the call and quickly return my phone to my suit pocket, making my way down the stairs and toward the parking lot. I quickly and quietly close the door to my office behind me. Miyuki sits next to my desk with a folder sitting atop her lap. Her hands rested on it. Good evening, ma'am. Sorry I took so long. You don't need to worry. Here, take a look at what's in this folder. She reaches the folder out to me, which I grab and sit down. Opening the folder reveals several documents that pertain to asset recovery and destruction. The date is listed as the day before the raid on Ben's house. My God! Is this the order? Feverishly empty the contents of the folder onto my desk and spread the pages across its surface to examine each and every one. Several papers directly relate to what I've been looking for ever since the start of this. But instead of the header reading Central Branch, it reads Eastern Branch. As soon as I read those words, my blood runs cold. I honestly didn't expect that to be true. What the hell is going on? The document with intense scrutiny, taking in everything at once. At the bottom are two signatures. One is of an authorizing admin member, which is automatically printed for specific people, the other as the issuing agent. The issuing agent's name is Hideki Obayashi. Immediately, without speaking a single word, I wake my computer up from sleep and pull up the database for personnel records. It's Searching up Hideki Obayashi pulls no results from my database at all. Miyuki looks at my computer screen attentively, reveling with me as we continue the investigation. Miyuki, there are no records for the issuing agent Obayashi at all in CB. You were an Eastern Branch agent. Do you know anything about their records? At the time, I was just a field agent, so I didn't have much exposure to the records system. But I think it would be safe to assume the records are similar to ours. Damn! Since it's an entirely different branch than ours, I would have to go to the assistant director about this. How would you even get her to agree to that? Lucky for us, she is a reasonable woman, and she has taken quite a liking to Ben. I don't think she will have any strong opposition to locating a traitor in our agency. I see. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. I'm not a division chief for nothing, my sweet assistant. Yuki grins devilishly and sits back in her seat. Alright, so now we at least have a lead. Where did you even get this? Well, I saw how badly this was affecting you. The repercussions that came from this entire endeavor affect the agency more than anything. We can't have something like this reoccur. Spoke to a few of my colleagues. We started searching very odd sources and archives. Eventually, we started to locate anything that involved 4219 service number. Ended up finding this order in an obscure server that is owned by... well, you know now. So you essentially broke several privacy regulations and accessed another branch's archives without permission? Yes, ma'am. I could kiss you right now, you know? I'm gonna pause there for a moment, because my bladder's about to explode. I wanted to try and get through this scene, but I cannot wait any longer. So I'll be right back, and then we are gonna finish this. Okay. Okay. Let's finish this. I now understand why my old friend wanted me to play this route first. Thank you for all of your help. I couldn't have done any of this without you. You've been through a lot. It was my pleasure to assist. Alright, so let's get everything together, and I can run to the assistant director's office. She's still here, right? Yeah. Awesome. After gathering all the information and documents I intend to present, run through how I plan to present everything over 100 times. Once I'm more than confident in my approach, grab everything and head to the administration hall. The hall that everyone most fears. If you're ever going to report to the administration hall, it's never for a good reason. There's always some sort of investigation, or questioning, or termination. Gives me the shivers. I continue along the red-carpeted path down the strangely eerie corridor, glancing at many pictures of the agency's history hanging on the wall. The expensive mahogany frames of the pictures prove the wealth the agency has accrued through its life. And if that wasn't enough, the hallway ends with a small reception area where you would normally check in to speak with the assistant director. Considering that the secretary has gone home for the day, that is not necessary. I can just knock and ask for permission. A large ornamental wooden door sits beside the reception room, a gilded doorknob protruding from it. The marbling of the wood is exquisite, which complements it in every way. Reaching to the wood, I use the knuckles of my index, middle, and ring fingers to gently knock. Who is it? Ma'am, it's Julia, the division chief. I have to speak to you about 4219. Before I can receive a response, the door opens, and a woman in a gray suit stares back at me. Make it quick. I'm fixing to leave in a minute. Yes, ma'am. What is it? Do you have any information on what has been going on? Actually, ma'am, I do. I place the folder down on her dark brown, almost black desk. As she sits down, she looks at it cautiously. Based on the information provided by the incarcerated agent, I was able to determine and confirm that the orders were given by an agent in the Eastern Branch. As soon as she hears that, she stares directly up at me, her eyes lighting like a fire that I haven't seen the likes of before. That is not possible. You did something wrong. I gesture to the folder with my left hand, put my right in my pocket. Feel free to take a look at what is in that folder. Whatever is in there better definitively back you up on this preposterous accusation. Interbranch orders are strictly prohibited without administrative approval. And I had not provided my approval for such acts. She reaches over to the folder and opens it callously. Her body language suggests that I'm wasting her time with this. As she reads the first page, her eyebrows lift in surprise. She doesn't respond and leans back into her chair, licking the tip of her thumb and turning the page. The bastards actually did it. Ma'am? Well, I guess I will eat crow. You were right about this. This is going to severely complicate things on my end. Did not know of this. Not like I would ever consider approving something like this on the branch's best 4-digit. She pops the folder down onto the desk and rubs her temples. Ma'am, I know of a way we can go about this. I'm all ears. The issuing agent is named Hideki Obayashi. And I know you're at the level of clearance that allows the pulling up of records at any of the branches. So you want me to just, I don't know, bypass security protocol, search up confidential records without notice? All I am suggesting is we find out who this Hideki Obayashi is and why he committed such a huge treasonous taboo. It would also be unfortunate if he were to come into harm by random chance for his aggressions against us and my agent. The assistant director taps the bottom of her chin with her index finger, visibly pondering to herself about consideration. This consideration, I think you meant. I see. That would be unfortunate. But I guess there's no way of me stopping this random chance, is there? I don't think so, ma'am. Guess I'll need to look through his file eventually. Come here. I comply and stand next to her as she opens a laptop that was closed and positioned neatly to the side. She quickly connects to the agency's secure browser and logs into a records panel I haven't seen before. To be frank, its simplistic Windows 7-esque layout is extremely intimidating. That system contains information about nearly the entire agency. It contains almost everything about them. When receiving a paper copy from the records system, I have personally seen it be blacked out. The amount of censored and classified information contained in this system would be extremely detrimental for anyone unauthorized to view. She types information from the order into a pre-made search query. I look around the room, and my nervousness peaks. So much that my hands start to tremble and my heartbeat speeds up. Alright, well, let's search us for matches. I want you to know something. The only reason I am letting you do this is because it involves an attack against my branch and my agents. I don't foresee another opportunity like this rising in the future that would call for such extreme measures. I understand completely, ma'am. And normally I wouldn't need to go through you. But seeing how volatile this situation is, I'm not sure how deep this rabbit hole goes. For all we know, the full administration of EB could have planned this. I get your point. Now stop making flagrant theories. This isn't a daycare where you can let your imagination take control. Yes, ma'am. Computer beeped, signaling that the search has finished. It took longer than I expected, but came up with only one record. When the assistant director clicks on the tab, it opens a new window with the agent's information. According to one of the docketed forms... What? This agent isn't in active duty? That's not right. The order was issued by him the day before. It says he hasn't been in active duty for years. Could it be that he was used as a scapegoat? Possibly, but still, this kind of order is validated. A retired agent would never have been permitted to go that far. Wait a second. The biometrics of the agent catch my eye. His height, his weight, blood type, eye color, skin color, ethnicity. Those aren't normal biometrics for an Eastern Branch agent. What do you mean? Just trust me on that. Is there any other information regarding the agent? Here, I was able to locate a registration and indoctrination photo. It pulls up a dated image of the man, and my heart stops. I knew it. I knew it! That son of a bitch. I fucking knew it! This is not okay, guys. This is not okay. Julia, make this man suffer for what he has done. He deserves no mercy. None! Oh my god! What? What is it, Julia? The image printed on the computer screen is a much younger Matsumoto Kaijin. My god. Makes so much sense now. What? Julia, you need to tell me what the fuck you're talking about now. That is Natsuki's father. She was Ben's girlfriend. The assistant director remains completely silent. Shit! Adrenaline releases into my body, directing me to sprint out of the assistant director's office as quickly as I can. Once I exit the assistant director's office, I quickly make my way to my own and enter it. We finally found out who's been behind all of this. All the emotions I've felt, the anger, the sadness, the guilt of my actions, will all come to an end soon. I've made a decision that I am never going to forgive myself for. I've put someone I care very deeply about through something I never intended. Even if this ends alright, I will carry the guilt with me. We will have to hurry. Hideki must know that we found him out, due to his contact being taken into custody and talking. Plus, he has been a 4-digit agent hid this entire time, so he must have been following every one of our steps carefully. And now that we're closing in on him, I'm afraid he will try to do something rash before we arrive. The image of him forcefully dragging Natsuki away earlier burns into my mind. I hope Natsuki's okay. Here we go. I close my eyes, try to picture something else, something better, anything that's better than this. In my hands, I cover my face and wait until it's over. When it is, I roll off of Dad's bed and run to my room. Closing it and locking the door behind me, I collapse onto my floor and start crying. Every time this happens, I feel dead inside. So dirty, useless. Is my worth only to do that? Gagging on the floor, consider throwing up to get the taste out of my mouth. Much prefer the taste of my vomit than bile forces itself up my throat and into my mouth. From coming out, I swallow it back down. I throw up here on the carpet. He'll beat me again. Not to mention, it won't be easy to clean. Ugh! Staring at the energy to pick myself up off the floor. I manage to catch a glimpse of myself in my mirror. I'm disgusted with myself. Clothes from my dresser, quickly put them on to hide my body from myself. Tears blurring my vision to the point of near blindness. I sit down on my bed and lower my head. I can't believe any of this. Everything is going downhill. Resting my head in my hands, I silently allow my tears to fall. An hour passes and I've managed to calm myself down enough to lie on my bed and rest. Looking out my window, I watch the stars and the clouds in the distance pass. The moonlight shines through my window, just barely illuminating my room with a pretty blue glow. Come to think of it, it's pretty hot in here. I should open the window to cool off. Dad never lets me touch the thermostat. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. He's in the shower right now, cleaning himself off. I never even had the opportunity to do that. I never do. Lifting myself from my soft and comfy bed, reach my window and prop it open. A gust of cool air enters my room and immediately starts to cool me off. Ah, that feels nice. A small part of my imagination taking over, I close my eyes and picture myself in a grassy field with tons of fresh air and freedom. But a door slamming downstairs rips me from my daydream and back into reality.
Natsuki!
My God, why is he screaming?
Get your ass down here!
Involuntary fear forces me to comply. Run to my door, open it, and head downstairs. Before I can reach the bottom, however, Dad appears around the corner and grabs my hair. His large hand grips a chunk of it, pulls me down the rest of the stairs and into the living room. Ah! What are you doing?
Look at this.
He picks me up by my hair and then lowers me to the ground, forcing my head to look at the floor. On the ground are remains of what used to be my school uniform. When we had got home earlier, he tore them off of me.
Why haven't you cleaned this up yet? Goddamn slob, and I'm sick and tired of it.
Dad, you never gave me the chance to... Ah! He slaps the right side of my face, causing my head to jerk and my hair to be pulled.
This does not make me look good.
How do you think I feel? You ripped my clothes off and dragged me upstairs against my will. Slaps the side of my head again, causing my mind to go blank and my vision to turn blurry for a moment. My stunned gaze lets go of my hair, and I drop to the ground, slamming my already sore knees against the wood flooring.
How could you talk back to me like that? I made you. I put a roof over your head, gave you a bed to sleep in, food to eat, even go out of my way to deal with your incessant friends. That's rich coming from you. All you happen to think is that I don't care at all. What? You're just an ungrateful little bitch. That's it. Had it with you. Vision clears and I'm able to shake myself out of my daze. I watch him walk around the room, staring at me with violent intent in his eyes. Granted, he's been horrible for years. He's never been this bad before. What's wrong? Something stressing him out? He paces around the room, getting angrier and angrier at me, doing absolutely nothing, especially something that I honestly had no say in. Looking down at my tattered and destroyed uniform, I can sense he is only getting more and more frustrated with me. What is he going to do? I'm so scared that my hands won't stop shaking, scared that even the slightest of movements will cause him to strike me again. You know, if your boyfriend was still alive, he'd buy you a new uniform. Fortunately, he's gone. Yeah! And who's to blame for that? I have a nice spot on death row for you. He's dead, and you're alone like you always will be. But you won't have to worry about that for long. He walks over to me and kicks the tattered remains of my uniform away. When I look up, his gaze meets mine. The look in his eyes solidify the panic that bubbles within me. He reaches down and picks me up by the shirt, lifting me off the ground and raising me to his eye level. What are you doing? He turns around and slams me into a wall. Ah! Brings his face inches from mine, making me wince and push my head against the wall. I don't want his face anywhere near mine. Voice cracking and coming out weakly. I try to get Dad to stop. Please, stop. Shut up. You have done nothing but be a problem for me. I'm sick of it. I have no choice but to cut all ties. What? Very quietly under his breath, he speaks those words, sending a surge of shock throughout my body. What does he mean by that? His hand on my neck. He starts squeezing. Strengthens around my throat. I feel the air leave my lungs to never return. Extremely hot. Panic finally starts to set in. I try to claw at Dad's arms to get him to let go. His eyes stare directly into mine. Faster and faster out of fear. My nails are considerably digging into his arm. He doesn't budge. Why is he doing this? What did I do to deserve this? Dad, I'm sorry. He pulls me away from the wall and slams me back into it. Ugh! Back of my skull must have left a dent in the wall or something. I can feel the indentation. His grip on me. Just take a big breath of air in. As quickly as I can, he retightens his grip on my throat. I'll be trying anything to get him to stop. I try to swing at his face, but I can't reach. He put himself just outside the scope of my reach. This is it. To die by my own father's hand. Why did it have to be this way? I thought he loved me. I thought I was his daughter. What type of father does this to his own child? My lungs burn and my vision starts to tunnel. My mind goes to one thing. And at least I'll be able to see him again. Dad loosens his grip on my throat when someone knocks on the front door. I need to take a breath as he looks between myself and the door. He contemplates what's to do, gasps for air against the grip of his leathery hands. The door knocks again, louder and harder this time. Gasping for air, I try the only thing left to save myself. Help me! Help! Little bitch! To continually slam me against the wall like a rag doll until I go limp. Back, neck, my head. They hurt so bad. It goes dizzy and I feel strangely weak. A minute, days. Open the door! Shouting is heard from the door, which prompts Dad to look away. Staring into space uncontrollably, I feel Dad's grip on me weaken. Open the door now! The hell? Don't tell me it's already too late. Loud crashing sound comes from near the front door, which startles me out of my dizziness and back into conscious reality.
The front door hangs off of its hinges, and 3 people walk inside. A tall woman with brown hair, 2 men varying sizes on either side of her. The men standing next to her are dressed in all black, with what I think are bulletproof vests and carrying guns. Wait a second. It's Julia! Dad lets go of me, and I slide down the wall, barely hitting the ground. Knees buckle underneath me, but I weakly manage to keep myself upright. Julia! Dad steps away from me and stares directly at Julia. Hideki, give it up. You're gonna come with me, and you will pay for what you have done. And what if I don't? You're gonna take me by force? What are they talking about? Why are they calling my dad that? That isn't his name. If we have to, we will. Fine. He raises his hands above his head. The 2 men on either side of Julia walk slowly toward him. When both of the men are close to him, they reach out for his arms. In the blink of an eye, Dad grabs one of the guy's arms and throws him over his shoulder. It's so fast I can barely catch a glimpse of it. Onto Dad's arm and yanks it down, but Dad throws his left hand up against it. Contorts up at an angle that makes me sick. Reaches back, but Dad wraps both his hands around the guy's head and he instantly drops limp to the ground. The entire time, Dad's face remains sternly calm and unexpressive. What is he doing? What is going on here? Dad turns around and swiftly kicks the head of the guy he toppled. You'll have to do better than that. Julia and my father walk toward each other, both of them staring each other down with pure hatred in their eyes. This isn't good. He's going to hurt her. From my angle, I can see a majority of my father's back. I can barely catch something moving on my dad's wrist. Further infection. It looks as if he has something hidden in his sleeve. He and Julia go to swing at each other, but I try to call out and warn her before it's too late. Julia, watch out! He has something up his sleeve! She quickly looks at me and then bolts backward. Dad's fist barely misses her, giving her a window to strike back. She ends a punch squarely into his nose, but he doesn't flinch. He reaches forward and grabs onto her throat, ducking himself down and rotating his hips so he can throw Julia across the living room just by her neck alone. Ugh! She breaks her fall with her arm and rolls forward, allowing her to stand up with ease. Whoa. As she recovers, my dad charges into her and grabs onto her arms. He pulls her close enough that he's able to get his shoulders near her stomach. Dad straightens his back, lifting Julia up. No! Julia contorts her body enough to knee my dad in the face. He stumbles a bit while Julia wraps her leg around his right arm. Quicker than I can comprehend, she kicks her legs out and my dad comes crashing down over her. She now has him in a lock, stretching his arm out well past the angle I think it should. Ugh! Wait a second. This angle, I can see my dad's right sleeve. He has a knife hidden in it. Perfectly into his grip and slams it down at Julia. Julia! She catches his wrist with one of her arms and struggles to keep the knife from getting any closer. The other man, who had been knocked out by Dad when he was kicked in the head, gets up and charges. Dad swings his feet across the ground and gets the momentum to lift Julia with his trapped arm. She lets go and he rolls back onto his feet, engaging in combat with Julia's savior. When he manages to stand back up, Dad plunges his knife into his opponent's neck and rips it to the side. No! Spinning and turning on his heel, he swings the knife at Julia. She turns and rotates her body while simultaneously backing up, just barely dodging his swings. One of his swings grazes her cheek and cuts it slightly. Flattening her hand and angling her palm up, she strikes upward into my dad's face. But he barely recoils and pushes Julia's head down against his knee. She stumbles weakly and collapses onto the floor. No, God, no! He knocked her out! I said you'll have to do better than that. This is what you're made of? Doing you a favor ending your life. I quickly try to think of something I could do to save Julia's life. I could throw something. Thinking faster than I ever have before, I run to the corner of the room and grab a vase. Dad looks down at Julia and places one of his feet against her neck. Taking a big breath in, I shout and throw the vase at my dad's head. Yeah! The vase soars across the room and crashes into the back of his skull, shattering instantly. Ugh! He turns around to look at me, his eyes as terrifying as they've ever been. You little... His foot from Julia's neck and starts to charge toward me. God, oh my god, oh my god. Sprinting to the stairs, I start to climb them, almost 3 steps at a time. He barrels after me faster than I've ever seen him move. Stretching my legs as far as they can, I get to the top of the stairs and race to my room. Locking the door behind me, I stare at it and back away. Loud, panic-inducing thumps grow closer and closer at an almost unimaginable speed. The door starts to shake violently as he slams his fists against it. I cornered myself. I can't get out of here. He walks into the room and stops shortly after the doorway, blocking me in. You know, I'll give you credit. That was a smart idea back there. But every smart idea has its cons. You'll die before her, Natsuki. Dad, please. You don't have to do that. Yes, sweetheart. I do. Don't struggle. I'll make it quick for you. You're my daughter, after all. I can give you special treatment. He steps toward me and grabs onto my neck, lifting me straight off the ground and into the air. No! Squeezes very tightly, immediately making my head feel warm and my airflow blocked. In the middle of talking when he grabbed me, I have almost no oxygen in my lungs. Stressed and desperately kicking my legs out to hit him, to prove to be completely useless. His grip on starts to water as I look down into his. I rise up behind my dad and wrap an arm around his neck. Dad drops me to the ground, and I start to cough. Every breath I take feels like I'm inhaling ice. It stings so much. Crawling backward away from my dad, I see the figure throw him over their shoulder. Dad lands on his back and rolls upright. To the corner of my room and helplessly watch what happens.
You have a lot of nerve distracting me from what I was doing, Julia.
He raises his fists and steps to the side. The figure steps into the faint blue light of the moon.
My name isn't Julia, Hideki. I have several questions. You're still alive?
I can't believe it! Ben stands before my dad with a look I have never seen before. It's the true look of hatred. Ben!
How did you survive? You of all people should know this by now. My death was greatly exaggerated.
Ben looks over at me, then back to my dad.
I apologize for that reference, Monica. You don't kill the Reaper that easily. Flashback time. As I lose energy, I can't do much about this guy strangling. But everything I possibly can, as little as there was. My lungs, with a decent amount of air, burn to release and take in more oxygen. You wrapped the wires around my neck. I am unable to do either. In this situation, you can't measure how long your target has left to live, so you wait until they stop moving. Especially during asphyxiation, your opponent will involuntarily move and resist against you until the very end. Then,
When they finally go limp, it's safe to assume you've won. Luckily for me, I have experience with holding my breath and dropping my blood pressure to near deceased levels. Well then, where'd you learn how to do that? The main reasons why I tend to control my breathing in stressful situations. Yeah, no shit. You picked the right time to show up, Chipika. This was amazing. There is a downside. I will lose consciousness. If he happens to keep his grip on me well after I've passed out, then I'll die. Oh well, there's no other option. I have to at least try this. Using my final reserves of energy, I force myself to go limp, and I steadily my involuntary convulsions. Each of my limbs tingle, my vision fades to black, and my mind goes blank. The world begins to phase into my vision, slowly and obscurely, like I'm viewing everything at a frame per second. I have played games like that. An intense and severe migraine resonates within my skull. Struggling to sit up, I rest my left forearm on the concrete floor to prop me up. I rub my eyes and notice a single figure in the room with me. The agent that had attacked me is nowhere to be found. The metallic desk from earlier is upturned. The world clears and shapes with my vision. I look at the figure specifically. Smaller build, thin and curvy body structure, and black hair, tied into a ponytail. Her face becomes pallid at the sight of me rising from the dead. You look like you've seen a ghost. No, I've seen the Grim Reaper himself. No, I've seen the Grim Reaper himself. Pushing myself with my forearm to sit up, I rest my hand on my neck. Miyuki stands frozen, unable to move, and having a very hard time speaking. Pressing my hand against my neck with my hand, the raw skin from the wire stings sharply. Judging by the way the desk and the chairs are strewn about the room, I'd say that the agent who attacked me has been caught and taken in. It wouldn't be too far off to say that Miyuki probably has a medical team coming down here to retrieve my body, which could actually work out in my favor. How long until the medical team gets here? Less than a minute. Cancel them, but tell Julia they took my remains. Huh? You don't want her to know you're alive? No. It's best that for now, everyone thinks I am dead, including Julia. She stands there before me. She stands there before me, apprehensive. Listen, I'm really sorry about how I acted earlier. The entire reason for this was to draw out the traitors and... I understand. I had a hunch. Wow. Yeah, okay. Well then. I'm not sure I like this twist, but it's something alright. I honestly think it would have been better to just leave him as dead. This was a story of vengeance for Julia, and this honestly is kind of just upending it. This calls for a bad ending. We'll get whatever ending we choose. Monty's eyeing up chat. Are you in league with Underskins on that idea? Don't tell me you're in cahoots with... God damn it, you are, aren't you? I know that look. Well. You did? When? Right around the time that looming oaf wrapped a wire around my neck.
After recovering myself and sitting down with Miyuki, we had discussed that it was best I remain incognito until we find out who is responsible behind all of this. But I am a fairly recognizable person, so I'll have to blend in and stay out of the spotlight for a while.
Thankfully, I happen to be pretty good at makeup, so I think I can help you blend in for a while.
Well then, make me up, Miyuki. She turns and hides her blushing face, proving to me that she has considered that before.
Julia will be leaving the office soon to retire for the night. She's extremely exhausted from, well, you know.
Just let me know when she leaves, and I'll go into it.
No, I will escort you. I can't risk you being seen entering a division chief's office alone.
You have a point there. Guess I have no other choice then, huh?
I'm afraid not. Just come with me. Make sure to cover your neck when walking past anyone.
Yeah, I'd imagine the discolored line across my neck would be a red flag to any passerby.
Extremely.
She reaches behind her head and adjusts her ponytail. After, she extends her hand out to me.
I'm relieved that you're still with us, Ben.
I, too, reach out my hand and wrap it around hers. Through the softness of her hand, I can feel it gently quiver. After all, I assume some jittering is normal after an event such as this. Yeah, I think anybody in their right mind would be reacting like this. Like Miyuki said, I've seen the Grim Reaper. Not just a ghost, the Grim Reaper. But after we end our handshake, I follow her carefully around the building until we get to Julia's office. After Miyuki and I make sure Julia is gone for the night, she ushers me into the office and sits me down. She leaves for a few minutes while I sit in the dark office and think to myself. I hate to have to play dead for a while, but I can't afford to have anyone figure out that I'm still alive. Miyuki has a lock on the medical team and informed Julia that my body cannot be seen yet, so we have that road covered. However, the hard part is remaining away from Natsuki and the girls until this is over. It isn't like I have any other choice. Now that I'm dead, the search for this operation's kingpin will be much easier. There won't be anything for them to hide behind to get close to me. Before I can delve into further thought, Miyuki returns to the room with a large, overly complex makeup kit. Before long, the mark around my neck is covered up, and a few features about my face have been changed to make me less recognizable. I won't lie, Miyuki is one talented beautician. I couldn't even recognize myself at first, reinforcing my prior resolve and making my worries disappear. From there, we planned out what we were going to do.
It's getting a little cloudy out. We should probably head out soon. I agree. We probably shouldn't take long as well. Get in, grab his stuff, and get out. I know it isn't going to be easy, ma'am. We need to retrieve his critical agent information before anyone else does. No, I understand it has to be done. We can't let that fall into unauthorized hands. Julia grabs her keys and stands up from her desk. Her face is blank, her eyes glossing over to prevent the intense emotions she feels inside.
So the agent said that Eastern Branch sent the order.
Correct. Doesn't sound right to me, but I can't help but feel that may be true.
Yeah, I feel there is merit to it. But I haven't the foggiest clue as to why EB would do this.
I have no idea either, but I think I have a hunch.
What is it?
There has to be some sort of paper order that was created to even authorize the attack on you. We can find that order. We can have verifiable proof against the EB.
Not to mention we could get a name from the signature.
Precisely.
So how do you suppose we go about getting this proof?
We start looking into Eastern Branch's files.
And how do you propose we do that? Just go up to them and ask?
Why ask when we can just help ourselves?
Yuki leans forward and winks at me. I had received a call from Miyuki saying that Julia had gone to the assistant director with the information we had gathered from our little miniature investigation. Making my way through the labyrinthine halls of the field office, I reach Julia's office and quickly slip inside. Closing the door behind me, the setting sun's glow fills the room with an orange haze that I would watch if it wasn't in this particular circumstance. Miyuki stands next to Julia's desk, looking both nervous and tired from our endless work over the last couple days. Sit down, Miyuki, before you collapse from exhaustion.
It's exhausting acting like I'm perfectly fine around Julia. I haven't slept a wink in a few days. What about you? You don't look tired at all.
Oh, I'm fatigued, but I am more prone to pushing those needs to the side.
Jesus. I guess that is what is being raised to become a weapon will do to you.
Oh, you have no idea. Miyuki sits down on a very high-quality, comfortable leather couch that Julia has positioned in the middle of the room. I just sit down across from her, tipping the 8-point cap I have on to just cover my eyes. Stretching both of my arms around the back of the chair, I sigh and rest my head. Now all we have to do is wait for Julia to return. All of a sudden, the door flies open, and Julia quickly walks in, prompting Miyuki and I to look at her. She looks at Miyuki, and then to me quickly before taking a deep breath in.
Miyuki, it's her father.
What? What?
Hideki Obayashi is Matsumoto Kaijin, Natsuki's father. He's a 4-digit agent from the Eastern Branch. He has been this entire time. You're kidding.
Julia turns and looks at me twice before stopping.
Why is he in here?
Oh, that's rude, Jules. We need the snake sound effect. Ring! Julia's eyes widen, and her hands immediately start to shake. Removing the cap from my head, I give Julia a little smirk.
Ben?
As I stand up, Julia rushes over to me and wraps her arms around me.
You're alive.
Her voice softens to a very quiet whisper.
Thank God.
Her embrace on me tightens as she pulls me into her. I can practically feel her despair dissolve as she holds me in her arms. Without a single comment or negative flare, I wrap my arms around her as well.
I've really missed you. God, I thought you were gone forever.
I can't offer you words of comfort other than, I've missed you too. Both of us leave the hug, and she looks directly to Miyuki.
Did you know about this? Yes, ma'am.
She and I have worked together since the incident. To maintain the atmosphere that was generated, I had to play dead. Fortunately, that also meant you had to believe I was dead, otherwise you could tip off whoever was behind this. Your demeanor had to be genuine.
I see.
Well, I hate you both for doing that, but it was entirely necessary.
But it was very smart, so thank you for that.
Alright, enough of this mushy crap. So that bastard was behind all of this. My stomach drops and I almost feel nauseous. How many times was I so close to him? This despicable piece of trash that has been tracking me the entire time. I could have stopped this long ago. None of this ever would have happened if I just ended it when I had the chance. I'm sorry, Natsuki. If I'd acted sooner, you wouldn't have to deal with this. The least I can do now is make it right. Burning feeling starts deep within my chest, giving me a new presence of vengeful energy. By the time we finally prepare and get outside, the sun is fully set and the night sky greets us. Julia, Miyuki, and I jog out of the main entrance and down the concrete steps of the field office. A black SUV pulls up with the back passenger window rolled down. Ma'am, get in. We're ready to go. She looks back at me with a concerned look on her face, like she doesn't want to leave me alone. I wave her into the car. Just go. I'll be right behind you. She nods and gets into the passenger side of the car. As the car speeds off, Miyuki places her hand on my shoulder.
We can take my car. It'll be faster than preparing an SUV.
Let's do it then. She pats my shoulder and starts to jog down a side path leading away from the main roadway. As I follow her, we get into the small two-seated car and drive to Natsuki's house following the directions I provide. During the pauses between each of my directions, I delve deeper into my mind in contemplation. The time I've been an agent, I've made a name for myself. I've created a reputation for myself that seems to be more than just a reputation. They call me the Reaper, an entity of vengeance that obliterates any obstacle in his path, seemingly unable to be killed and unstoppable until it drags you to hell. I never really understood why that connotation has been applied to me. But now, I'm starting to see why. I am finally beginning to understand that my only true purpose in this world is to be the one that drags my enemies to hell. Maybe it's time I embrace the revenant that I am. It'll be the only way I can survive this fight. Hideki is a 4-digit agent, just like I am. 4-digit agents are the agency's top-performing weapons. They are capable of doing anything that is within the scope of their skill set. Makes me a little worried about what is about to transpire. I have no idea how skilled Hideki is, nor what he is possibly capable of. But what I do know is that Natsuki depends on this. I will not fail her again. When we arrive, the SUV that Julia rode in is already parked. The front door has been kicked in.
Looks like they've already started.
Miyuki, I want you to stay in the car. I'll go in and check. She doesn't respond and nods in affirmation. Opening and closing the car door quietly, I skulk up the driveway and to the front door. Stepping carefully through the doorway, making sure I'm being completely quiet, I peek around a small corner and into the living room. The agents that arrived with Julia are collapsed onto the ground, one bleeding profusely from their neck. Scanning the room further, I notice Julia slumped over in the corner of the room. Son of a bitch! Peeking my head around the corner a little further to extend to my sight range, conclude that no one else is in the room with me. Natsuki and Hideki are unaccounted for. Quickly making my way into the living room, I check Julia's pulse and find that she still has one. Weak at best. She must have taken one hell of a beating because she doesn't go down easily. Even I have difficulties when I spar against her. I consider shaking her shoulder to try and wake her up, but it looks like she's out cold, which means I'm the only one left. All of a sudden, I hear banging upstairs. Crouching next to the wall to hide, I move across the wall until I reach the stairwell. Quietly moving up the stairs, the loud crashing of a door breaking open startles me a little. Quickening my pace up the stairs, I finally reach the top and head toward the noise. Realizing it originated from Natsuki's room, I rush in and find Hideki holding her up by her neck, strangling her. Her tear-filled eyes stare down at him with distress and fear. It's time. Standing behind Hideki, I wrap my right arm around his throat and throw my weight down while pivoting my hip. The movements cause Hideki to release Natsuki and send him flying over my shoulder. When he hits the ground, he quickly rolls backward to break his fall. He stands back up and looks in my direction, shocked and irritated at my interruption. My name isn't Julia, Hideki. You're still alive? Then, how did you survive? You, of all people, should know this by now. I look over at Natsuki and then back to her father. You don't kill the Reaper that easily. Natsuki sits in the corner of the room. She must be scared and confused by everything that's been happening all at once. From what Miyuki said, Julia just told Natsuki I was dead, so this has to be a shock to her. Hideki walks towards me, our gazes meeting each other with unending fury. I've heard all about you. Guess the rumors are true after all. You and so many others. Central Branch's youngest yet most effective killer. He eyeballs Natsuki after saying that. Yeah, you heard me correctly, Natsuki. Your boyfriend here is a killer. He mercilessly kills without a second thought. Of course, he hides it all from you so you don't suspect anything. She looks quizzically at me, unsure of what to think or feel. I'm aware of the monster I've become, but I am nowhere near your level. How could a father abuse his daughter like you do? You're the monster here, Hideki. I don't need to be lectured by an overconfident brat. Especially one that's wasting time and effort for someone so unimportant. Do not talk about your daughter that way. Natsuki is more than important to me. Whatever you say. Really now? One man's trash is another man's treasure. Hideki quickly grabs a lamp that was sitting on Natsuki's bedside table and throws it at me. Throwing my left hand to the side, I block the lamp from hitting me in time to see the man charging at me. His shoulder collides into my chest, and the impact from it feels as if I've been hit by a truck. Ugh! I'm thrown back against the wall, nearly knocking the wind out of me. Struggling to keep my knee strength, I stand back up fully and catch my breath. He charges at me again, readying his right hand for an overhead strike. Throwing my left foot out and touching the wall, I kick off and get away just in time. Managing to get behind him before he recovers, I grab hold of his left arm and try to twist it. Once I have it at an angle, I can use to my advantage, kneeing him is my only option. Expecting him to recoil to try and get away, I pull his arm close to close the distance between us. However, he doesn't recoil or even grunt. He twists his abdomen enough to elbow me in the face with his free arm. Dull yet acute pain permeates my skull, forcing me to let go of Hideki's arm and stumble backward. Unable to react quickly enough, he grabs my head with both of his hands and throws me down toward an incoming knee. Shit! If he manages to hit me with that, I'm gonna lose consciousness for sure. The final second, I cock my neck to the left, forcing my upper chest to take the brunt of the blow. Wrapping my hands around his leg, now free for me to control, I push forward to throw off his balance. If I can get him to the ground, I can destroy his kneecap and immobilize him. Not bad, kid. Sensing something above me, I feel a crushing blow to the center of my back that almost causes my body to go limp. Stomach's elbow directly down onto my spine! Forcing my body to ignore the pain, I shove myself forward quickly enough to wrap my arms around Hideki's back. Kicking my other knee against his groin, I shove him backward and into the wall. He hits much harder than you'd expect. I have to avoid taking hits as much as possible. If he manages to land a nicely placed shot, I'll lose consciousness and that'll be the end. It isn't like I can be quick either. He hits hard and is just as fast as I am. Ben, are you okay? Her scared voice cracks down from the corner of the room. Don't worry about me. I want you to get out of here. It's not safe. You don't say. But I can't just leave you. Natsuki, if I lose this fight and you're still here, you will die. So do as I say. Run. Natsuki timidly gets off the floor, and while staying near the wall opposite her father, leaves the room in a hurry. Hideki looks at her and gives me the opportunity to strike. Grabbing a book off of one of Natsuki's shelves, I throw it at him and hit him directly in the face. Ugh! Did you just throw a book at me? You threw a goddamn lamp at me. We both charge into each other and start throwing hooks and jabs, barely missing each other with each attempt. I fake a kick. When he reacts, I slam my elbow opposite to him against his temple. Wrapping my arm around his neck and positioning him in a lock, I start to barrage him with a frenzy of knees to the stomach. but he manages to lift me off of the ground with just his upper body, while he's still in the headlock. He runs as fast as he can into the wall behind me, slamming me into it. Damn it! He has me pinned to the wall! My lock doesn't hold up due to the sudden attack on my body. Hideki easily slides out of it and throws his dominant fist into my face. Managed to catch his next swing with my hand and barely save myself. Hideki grits his teeth and tries to pull his hand away to ready another strike. But keeping my grip on his fist, I raise my knees and plant both my feet solidly against his chest. Taking a deep breath in and out, I push against him with every ounce of my strength. After dropping to the floor, I roll out of his way as he gets back up. Damn it! I'm being much more tired than I can really stand right now. Both share a minute of solid but tense silence as we breathe to catch ourselves up. It looks as if he's winded too, so at least I know I'm making progress. But probably progress that isn't profitable. I'm losing energy too much to keep this going. Getting tired over there, kid? No, fine. What about you, old man? Go all damn night if I have to. Well, sorry to break your heart, but I don't have that sort of time. Then I'll make this quick. He fakes left and charges at me from the right, colliding into me and pushing me towards the window. We manage to lock arms and push against each other to the point that we're matched. I'm not moving any further back, but neither is he. But he takes his hands off of my shoulders and wraps his arms around mine. He's gonna break my arms. I have to abort! Letting go just in time, my arms slip out of his grip, thus sparing them, but allowing him to take the advantage. I take another extremely hard impact to my face, and I lose all of the footing I had to defend myself. He uses his body weight to shove me closer to the window, opening himself up to an uppercut. Using a majority of my strength, I slam my fist against the underside of his chin. His head cocks up abnormally and loses his footing for a second, nearly falling onto me. I'm unable to anticipate him kneeing me in the stomach and knocking the wind out of me. My body's still in shock, struggling to breathe. He wraps his hands around my throat and pushes me against the open window. Ah! Right, this isn't good. He planned this whole thing out. He purposely waited for me to attack, then knocked the wind on me so he could finish me off easier. Barely move. I'm pushed against the lower half of the windowsill, so any chance of moving is null. He pushes me further toward the window, causing my back to arch outside. Now I'll make sure you die. He's got me pinned. I can't allow myself to fall out the window. His grip on me and the sudden weight change would snap my neck. And I can't fight back since I'm out of his reach. I try to slam my elbow against his arms to break his wrist. That does nothing except expend the energy that I need to think. Come on, Ben. Think! This is how I'm gonna go out. I might as well glare him to death. Yeah, that's right, Hideki. I'll kill you with my eyes. That's the least I can do. His eyes widen and he lets go of me. My body forcing itself to take a breath. I start to cough profusely, unable to regain control of my breathing. Glancing out of the corner of my eye, I see Hideki reach toward his back. He turns, and I notice something that both relieves and terrifies me. Natsuki has jumped onto her father's back and is digging her nails and teeth into him. And her small stature works out for her in this circumstance too, as Hideki is barely able to reach her. She saved my life. You're goddamn crazy, Natsuki. I continue to cough while trying to move. My body sucks in so much air at a time that it makes it hard for me to focus. Get off me, you little bitch! She practically growls as she attacks her father. Trying to focus, perform my breathing exercises again. Start to feel the fuzziness in my head dissipate. But unfortunately, as I finally regain my composure and turn to face the beast in front of me, Hideki's managed to grab Natsuki's throat, ripping her off of his back. He angles his hips and pivots his abdomen, throwing Natsuki against the wall by only her throat.
Natsuki! Her body falls to the floor. Hideki looks at me. Finally finished with our song and dance. What? Is that a little too hard? Did I break her neck? She remains unmoving on the floor, instantly sending a hot wave of entirely new anger through my veins. That is it! I've watched the woman I love get hurt for the last time. It's me that she could be. Do not continue that thought, then. Destroy him! Look at him. Do not allow him to survive this. He's just like your father. Slaughter him! My keyboard is just flashing random colors now. I inadvertently changed the color mode without making so much as a single sound. I throw my weight down to my knees and launch myself at Hideki, catching him just as he pushes his glasses up his nose. Throw my right fist into his cheek. Using the momentum, I spin myself around and bring my elbow down onto his skull. Ugh! Grabbing his head in both my hands, I dig my nails into him and shove his face into my knee. He grunts and falls onto his back. Climbing onto him, I wrap both my hands around his neck and can start to squeeze with every last fiber of my being. His throat abnormally contorts inward as my fingers pry the life from his body. He struggles to breathe, and I focus my vision directly on my hands. Tunnels where my hatred and my anger can watch him die. Suddenly, something slams into the side of my head, knocking me to the side and stunning me. Placing my left hand onto the source of the pain, I feel a warm sensation run down my finger. Pulling it away, I see there's a bead of blood covering it. Shattered remnants of a ceramic lamp lie around me and Hideki. He shuffles back to his feet. I do the same. Damn, that hurts! Constant tingling ache from my skull makes my left eye wince, inhibiting my vision. After stabilizing myself, I stare him directly in his eyes while he dusts his white dress shirt off. Wiping my bloody hand on my shirt, I grip it back into a fist to reassure myself. It's not too uncommon, but after receiving a pretty heavy blow to the head as I have, some find it hard to fully regain the strength in some of their limbs. This includes being unable to fully straighten your leg, or in this case, grip your hand into a fist. Yeah. Damn, Zach, I did not know that. My condolences. Jesus. Sorry to hear that, man. Alright, have a good night, Sarah. Taking one deep breath in, I charge at Hideki. Narrowly ducking under his fist, I slam mine into the side of his head. But he grabs onto my wrist and begins to throw me over his shoulder. Damn it! To grab a hold of me and now has me over his head. How do you feel about a broken spine? Shit. My view directed toward the ceiling now. I feel him pull me down. An electrical shock shoots up my back and across my body. I can barely comprehend what just happened. I can barely feel anything. As the world phases back into my perception, an intense, aching pain originates from my back. Like he slammed my back onto his knee in an attempt to break my spine. I can feel this pain and move my fingers. I think it didn't hit hard enough to break anything. He pushes me off of his knee and down to the floor. Ugh. Need to get up and keep fighting. I can't just lie here on the floor like this. He's under my hair and my shirt, pulling me up to eye level with him. You know, you put up a good fight for what you are. You're definitely the most tenacious bastard I've ever had to kill. Born and raised. One of his fists slams into my face.
the sheer force behind it nearly disconnecting me from consciousness. I try to knee him in the stomach, but the blows I'm taking are just taking too much energy to bear. Focusing everything on his hits, so I can barely do much else in spite of my fatigue. He readies another fist. I try to catch it with my hand, only to fail and slightly block his impact. Feeling more and more strength leave my body, I go slightly limp in his grasp. Damn it! My plan won't work at this point. He's already beaten the hell out of me to the point of near unconsciousness. I'm so tired. Barely bring myself to make a fist anymore. No! Force myself to make another fist. I can't let her down! Cocking my head to an angle where I can comfortably see Natsuki, my eyes widen. Natsuki isn't there. What? Hideki lets go of me, and I land down on my feet. Looking behind Hideki's right shoulder, I see Natsuki standing next to the door, panicked, holding a handgun shakily in her hands. Poetic justice. You should have gone for the head. Natsuki? Hideki tries to stand back up. His face turns white as soon as he touches his wound. Accepting the opportunity that has befallen me, I stand myself back up quicker than Hideki can and elbow him to the side. He stumbles to the side and I dash toward Natsuki. Natsuki, give me the gun! She holds out the gun, but before I can even have the chance to grab it, I hear pounding behind me. Hideki's recovered. He's coming right for us. Quickly reaching the gun and Natsuki, I pull her close to my chest and point the gun at the tyrant approaching. Ugh! The round whips through his chest and impacts him hard enough to make him stumble. This is why you go for the head. Slightly moving away from Natsuki, I kick her father in the chest and bring him to his knees. Pointing the barrel of the gun down at his head, he looks back up at me with shock and fury in his eyes. You son of a bitch. Brought this on yourself, Hideki. You've toyed with an innocent girl's life, putting her through horrible conditions and atrocities, all for your own gain. I'm her father. I can do whatever the fuck I please with her. You're no father. A father wouldn't do any of this. How do you know how to parent, huh? When I have a daughter of my own, I will not become the monster you or my father were. Bold words coming out of the mouth of a hypocrite. Hypocrite protecting a cockroach, no less. Natsuki remains close to my side, watching the coming circumstances. Well, if you're gonna kill me, give the gun to my daughter. I'd prefer it be her that ends my life. Natsuki's grip on me instantly tightens, assuring me that she regrets hearing that very deeply. If I give the gun to Natsuki, it's going to make her decide whether or not to kill her own father. That isn't a decision anyone would be ready to take at that moment, regardless of who their father was. Natsuki is still a girl, and fragile at that. This decision would weigh too heavily upon her. Plus, if she kills him, it could lead to her becoming a monster like myself. She doesn't deserve that. No. So to protect Natsuki from the burden of this choice, I will take it for her and make this decision. No, Hideki. I'm gonna be the one who decides what to do with you. Huh? What? I am not going to let her live with the weight of this decision bearing down on her for the rest of her life. So, to vindicate her of this responsibility, you're doing it yourself. How noble. Keeping the barrel pointed at the wounded man's head, I try to contemplate what to do with Hideki Obayashi. He's Natsuki's father. but she isn't safe around him. He's caused her more pain than she will ever know. He's become a severe threat to myself and the Central Branch. He's a 4-digit agent from the company, so killing him won't go over well with the relations between the branches. If I take him into the agency, Central Branch can do what they need to bring justice to him. No, he doesn't deserve that. If he remains alive and something happens, it could spell trouble for Natsuki and I. Damn it. Do I really keep someone as horrible as him alive? Or do I end everything right here and face the consequences later? Kill him. He's been nothing but trouble for you and Natsuki. He's raped her, beaten her, starved her, tried to murder her. Most of all, he's like your father. If you had a gun to your father's head right now and this was him, you'd pull the trigger without so much as a second thought. Hideki Obayashi is just like your father, Ben. Do it. Kill him. No hesitation. This ends here and now. If I leave him alive, he will still be an extreme threat. I've only barely defeated him thanks to Natsuki. Next time, I might not be so lucky. No chances. Do it. Kill him. He's just like your father. No, he isn't. He may be a despicable human being that's lower than dirt, but he isn't as bad as him. Bull fucking shit. This is the decision I've made, and I will live with its aftermath. Give me one good reason why I should let you live. For a moment, he looks up at me and smiles. I can't. I faced myself long ago and understood what I am, as an agent and a father. And if I was in your position, I wouldn't have even asked that question. So no, Ben, I cannot give you a good reason to let me live. Wrapping my hand around Natsuki's head, I pull her into my chest so she can't see what's about to happen. Then it's over. Damn, we needed a louder gunshot effect than that. We need that shit to resonate. I sit down on the curb and wait for the coming sirens. Every muscle within my body aches horribly. Even taking a deep breath requires a lot of energy to endure the pain. Looking down at both of my hands, I watch them quiver gently. But a hand being placed on my shoulder diverts my attention. Hey, how are you doing? I'm fine. What about you? Natsuki sits down beside me and looks to the asphalt of the road below her. I don't know, honestly. So much has happened that I can barely keep up with it. I mean, earlier today at school, I was told that you died. Then my dad tried to kill me. Random people showed up at my house, called my dad a different name, and then you show up out of nowhere. My dad called you a killer? I don't really know what to think right now. Miyuki walks out of the front door with Julia next to her, rubbing her forehead. I make eye contact with her and then back to Natsuki. You deserve an explanation. Natsuki flashes me a concerned look and scoots closer to me. What's going on? I know that I am not supposed to be telling her any of this, but she deserves it after what has happened. Natsuki, your father changed his identity when you were extremely young. His real name is Hideki Obayashi, but he had it changed to Matsumoto Kaijin to hide his true identity. With that, he also had some of your records doctored to mitigate suspicion. What?
Why would he do something like that?
I'm not quite sure why he personally did that, but I know it was effective in throwing off trails of investigation.
What do you mean, investigation?
Well, ever since I met you and learned about your home situation you dealt with every day, I told myself I was going to protect you from it. But I didn't know how to. He was your father, and there weren't really any options I could take that would be beneficial for everyone. After you were admitted to the hospital, I met your father, and I had a very strange feeling about him. A feeling of familiarity that is hard to explain. I did some research and talked to a few people, and it turns out Matsumoto had no records at all in the public database. Almost like they were deleted to make him blend in with everyone around him.
Huh?
Her face proves she's having a hard time processing all this. Out of courtesy, I pause and give her some time.
But how did you do any of that?
That's where I was eventually going to lead. Natsuki, do you remember what I told you about my job?
As little as it was, yeah. You were called when you were needed to help when staffing was low for the day.
That is a front that I tell people. What your father said about me was right. I do kill people. I'm an agent for an organization I can't tell anyone anything about. I'm asked to do specific tasks, and I follow through with them as I was trained to.
Like an assassin?
Poor choice of words, but it's probably best I don't go into too much detail regarding that. For your safety, of course.
Oh.
But it turns out that your father was employed by my organization and had extensive connections as a result. He knew that I was an agent shortly after we met, and he attempted to have me killed multiple times.
What?
The most recent time, I was nearly strangled to death. I barely managed to survive. But since I survived, it opened up an opportunity for Julia, her assistant, and I to plan, investigate, and attack, especially under the guise that I was dead.
So Julia lied to me?
Not really. This entire time, she was under the impression that I was dead. I didn't reveal my survival to her until just hours ago.
It's not nice to leave a girl feeling like that.
Her eyes start to fill with tears and her hands tremble. I take my right arm and wrap it around her. What matters is that I'm alive now, and you're safe. She rests her head against my shoulder and grips tightly onto my hand, our fingers intertwined. I'm sorry I didn't stop this sooner, Natsuki. That's something I am always going to regret.
Then, you dummy. You acted very maturely through all of this. It's something I really like about you. Even though you were upset near the breaking point, you kept your cool and remained the bigger man. You did everything you could to help me, and you have no idea how much I value that. And after all, you did keep your promise.
I turned my head to look at her curiously.
You did save me.
Placing my hand on her back, I kiss her forehead and pull her into a hug. I don't care what anybody says. This is enough of a happy ending for me. Red and blue sirens shine over us as police and paramedics speed down the street. Julia rests against Miyuki's car while Miyuki checks her for any injuries. The paramedics check all of us out while the police take care of the bodies in the house. We're brought to the hospital to get more extensive medical assistance. Natsuki didn't receive any substantial injuries, so she's cleared. Sounds good, Zach. Have fun. Julia was diagnosed with a grade 3 concussion, but more serious than that. I have several sprained bones, a minor concussion, a broken rib, and a few muscles had been torn in my back. After being discharged from the hospital, Miyuki offers to drive Julia, Natsuki, and I home, since Julia's concussion impairs her from driving. Natsuki and I sit in the back of the car while Julia sits in the front passenger seat. Our fingers intertwined. Natsuki looks over at me and rests her head on my shoulder again.
The image of her, how scared she was when she shot that handgun, resonates through my mind over and over again. It's the face of someone who wasn't ever meant to harm, bringing harm to someone. Natsuki is a sweet and gentle girl. I know what she did is going to stay with her for a while, if not the rest of her life. But I'll do anything to keep that from affecting her. Subconsciously, I tighten my grip on Natsuki's hand, prompting her to probe. Everything okay? Yeah, I'm just thinking. You look stressed. Is there more that is happening that you're not telling me? I look at Julia, and she looks back. Both of us exchanging glares that say, you know what is going to happen because of this. I do. And I am prepared to accept that. I'm sorry you had to fire a gun tonight. Hey, you don't need to apologize for something like that. I did what I could to save you. And I am very proud of you for it. I lean my head over and kiss her forehead again, which causes Natsuki to blush and avoid eye contact with me. You were quiet about it, too. Didn't even hear or notice that you left the room. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. When my dad threw me into the wall, I thought I'd broken my neck. It hurt to move. It hurt to breathe. I thought I was gonna die. I saw how much you were trying for me. Okay, good. I was about to say, if the Wi-Fi is rebooting right now, I'm gonna lose my shit. We're right here at the end of the damn game. Let's talk about the problems that are going to come from this. I've been waiting for this discussion. I spoke to the assistant director a little bit ago, and it turns out that the Eastern Branch is denying all responsibility for Hideki's actions. As I would expect them to. However, they are extremely unhappy with the fact that agents from our branch did some snooping around in theirs, accessed their information, and killed a retired agent when we could have brought him in. And since he was killed, they are demanding reparations. I had the opportunity to make that choice earlier. You made the decision you felt was best. I fully respect and understand it. You did good, Ben. You're goddamn right I did. Thank you, Julia. The car finally pulls up to my driveway where Natsuki and I step out. She rubs her sleepy eyes and yawns while I close the door behind us. We're finally home. What a long week. I grab Natsuki's hand and wave to Julia and Miyuki while they pull out of the driveway. Opening my front door, I make sure to scan every corner, every shadow, every inch of my house that I can see. Once I'm fairly certain we are okay, we walk inside. Immediately, we both walk up the stairs and into my room. A white box sits on my desk that I've been looking for quite a bit. Miyuki did me a favor when she and Julia retrieved some of my things after my death. I take the box and walk out of my bedroom with it. Returning to my bedroom, I place my hands against my back and try to stretch and alleviate the lingering tension that strains my muscles. Hey, you are more than welcome to have the shower to yourself first. I have to take care of a few things before I can shower anyway. Alright, good, because I really need one. Don't have to tell me twice. Especially after tonight. Ugh. Underskins, I'm one step ahead of ya. Natsuki shudders and grabs a change of clothes from a prepared box we took with us. The box contains necessities, like clothes, female amenities, and personal belongings. One thing in specific catches my eye as she leaves the bedroom. I reach into the box and grab it, gently running my thumb across it. Placing it onto the middle of the bed in a specific position,
I stand back and kneel down close to it. Thank you for taking care of her while I was gone, Natsuki. How did I know? I knew I could count on you. What a note to end on, dude. Smirking, I stand back up and stretch my back out, ignoring the intense pain that results from it. Moving over to my closet, I open it and sift around for a change of clothes myself. My bloody, dirty, torn clothes have now reached their end. After picking out acceptable clothes that would fit Natsuki's standards for myself, I hear the water turn on in the bathroom. Flipping the page of my book, I hear the bathroom door open and shuffles coming down the hall. Natsuki turns into the bedroom and stands at the doorway. Well, look at you. Did you get these for me? Yeah, I was planning on surprising you with them later on, but, well, you know what happened.
I love them. The fabric is so soft, and the pattern is my favorite.
I thought so. You look adorable in them.
She places both of her hands against her hips and looks at me scornfully. What did you just say?
Lowering my book and keeping my gaze on her eyes, I challenge her in a stoic voice. I said, you look adorable in them.
Do you want to get smacked?
I'm not too exhausted to take you on. Jesus Christ, dude. Mentally marking where I am in my book, I close the cover quickly and place it onto my desk. If you'll excuse me, I am going to take my shower now. You should lie down and get some rest.
That sounds like heaven right now.
You don't know what kind of day I've had. I can only imagine, sweetheart. I stand up and walk over to Natsuki as she stands in the doorway. Wrapping my arms around her, I squeeze her tightly and close my eyes. You won't be having those kinds of days anymore.
Thank you so much for everything, Ben. I love you.
As she says those words, I can actually feel my heartbeat throughout my body. I haven't felt like this since... I love you too, Natsuki. I pull away from my hug, and Natsuki's smile turns to a devilish grin.
Now go take your shower, you stink.
Raising my left arm up, I smell the area around my armpit and recoil. That's to be expected. Jeez, you weren't kidding. I'll be out in a few. Taking off my shirt, I examine my neck in the mirror. The discolored lines around it is just barely visible due to the makeup Miyuki has been applying to me every day. To be frank, I'm kinda surprised how well it holds, especially after the fight. Speaking of which, I can finally allow myself to relax. Leaning over and supporting myself on the sink, the pain I have been forcing myself to ignore comes back in droves. I make eye contact with myself. The face I see is not the same one I'm used to. I'm different now. This is the face of a killer. The face of a kid raised to be a monster that can force himself past the moral and mental restrictions of murder. The fact of the matter is that everything is over now. Natsuki is safe, and that is all that matters. To me, at least. Stepping into the shower, I allow the hot water to run down my tired body and imbue it with relaxation. As I close the curtain, I notice the white box I placed in here earlier for Natsuki. I got her those pajamas because I knew she would love them, which she does. Seeing her happy and comfortable in them gives me a renewed sense of peace. peace. Just the fact that she can now relax in them without being in constant fear eases my mind. I'm glad to be able to provide that for her. If anyone deserves that, it's her. She's had to deal with unimaginable fear and desperation because of a man who wasn't qualified to call himself a father. Reaching up and palpating my left shoulder with my right hand, I clear my thoughts and finish my shower in quiet peace. Walking back into my room, Natsuki is lying down in my bed, cuddling with her teddy bear and sleepily looking toward me. Did you have a nice shower? Yeah, I found it very calming and therapeutic. That's good. Natsuki's voice is weak with tiredness. Her half-open eyes are fighting to remain open in the comfort of her position. Making my way over to the bed, I lean down and kiss Natsuki on her forehead. She reaches up and wraps both of her arms around me, bringing me down to meet her lips. We share in a kiss before I pull away, and Natsuki's blushing face buries itself into the pillow. Don't think too much of that, dummy. That's kind of impossible. No, it isn't. She attempts to once again tsundere herself out of the situation. Maybe this once I'll let her win. Alright. I guess I will just let go of the fact that an angel just kissed me. Keep this act up and you won't get any more. Smirking, I lift myself from the bed and turn off the light. Would you prefer I slept on the couch downstairs? I would actually prefer it if you slept right here with me. Natsuki pats the bed, gesturing for me to come lie down next to her. It would make me feel safer. Of course. Returning to the bed, I lift the blanket Natsuki and I are sharing and lie down next to her. She hesitantly scoots closer to me and rests her head on the pillow facing me. We both look into each other's eyes for a while, saying nothing but communicating with our eyes. Natsuki finally looks like she can rest peacefully for once, and I'm glad I can make that happen for her. And I promise, from this day forward, she won't have to deal with the hell she put up with for so long, ever again. Natsuki's eyes finally close, and as she slips into sleep, she smiles. I wrap my hand around hers and grip gently. My final thoughts before drifting into unconsciousness fall back to the consequences of Hideki's death. There are going to be a lot of further battles ahead with the Eastern Branch as a result of my decision. But I will be ready for whatever comes next. Even a monster can listen to his heart. What a fucking roller coaster, guys. Jesus Christ. I'm still not the biggest fan of my boy coming back like that. But I have to admit, that was pretty great. That was fantastic. Ugh. I want bad ending now. You'll get your bad ending when I have time to record it, because it is 4:15 in the morning and I must sleep because I must go to bed.
What will that be next week? No, that will be a separate video. Next week, we're starting a new mod, and you all are going to help me decide. Will it be live? No, it'll just be a recording, because I imagine it's going to be fairly short. How about this? How about this, Underskins? Of course it'll have commentary. It wouldn't be me if I recorded DDLC without commentary. That is so unlike me. No, Brad. Trust me, as much as I want to, I have work tomorrow. I need sleep, dude. If I go into the bad ending now, probably gonna be up till bare minimum 4:30, if not later. I need to fucking sleep, dude. I'm well past when I wanted to finish anyway. But I couldn't just leave it where it was, dude. It was too good. I literally mean it will take 10 minutes? No. Not even joking. Then I will do the same thing I did with Within. Except with a little extra twist. When I have some free time on the server, I'll pull it up and I will record it live on the server. So y'all can be there and follow along with me and make your own little contribution to it. It'll be done live on the server. That's how I plan to finish this off. Oh, it'll be live and uploaded to YouTube. I accept if you do Doki Doki Takeover on the same day. Fuck. So glad I finished your little mini mod. Good. That'll never happen. I make no promises, Brad. Not with those conditions. I don't know when it will be, but it will be before next week. I'm thinking probably sometime on Sunday. Man, are you even gonna try it? To that I simply ask, why? If it's locked into a difficulty I stand no chance of completing, why should I? I will do bad ending. I was going to record it offline and upload it to the channel like I did with Within, with that one scene, but that wouldn't do this scene justice. So, when we were playing through that, I made the decision that when I do finally sit down and record the bad ending, I'm gonna have you all and you know, and anyone else who wants to be there right there with me. So if you're not already part of the server, check the description. You know what to do. And once that recording is done, I'll upload it to the channel. That'll be its own little video. A little bonus. A nice little send-off for this mod. At least for a while. Because someday, y'all might make me come back and play the other two routes. Who knows? But tomorrow, sometime tomorrow, I'm going to make a new poll with some new mods to select from. And now that we're done with Natsuki's route, almost, we're going to select a new mod from my giant request list, and we're going to play that for Wednesdays now. So I hope y'all have enjoyed Fruits of the Literature Club. It's been a blast to finally sit down and play this. Contrary to what I've been told about Natsuki's route, I thought Natsuki's route, while it definitely has its flaws, was absolutely excellent. In May? Nah. So I really enjoyed sitting down, getting to play this story every week, getting to see this through. It was absolutely worth it. Natsuki's route was your favorite, and I understand why. It's very exciting. It feels like the quote-unquote main route, because there's a lot that went into this. Seeing Monica's again made me give it number 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how either of the other 2 routes could possibly top this. I mean, after what I've just witnessed, how do you top that? The only way would be to find out, I guess, but that is going to be a long time from now. So that is going to be it for Natsuki's route and Fruits of the Literature Club as a whole. At least until I sit down and record the other ending for this route. So stay tuned for that little bonus episode. And until you all vote this mod back when I put it back up, I don't know when that'll be. Probably after a couple of mods at least. Thank you all for watching. Expect a poll sometime in the next day or so for a new mod to play. And until next time, take care.